check. 1 2 mic check. 1 2 1 2 1 2 mic check. So 1 2 mic check. Nombre no ngenge kiwa.
Thank you very much. Those of us who are outside, if you can come in so that we can start together, that will be great. Wow, we are on the third day and final day of the Nairobi Innovation Week 2022. Wow. Where are you? Professor Kinoti, we are waiting for you to come and start the program for us. Calling Professor Mary Kinoti, the Director of Intellectual Property Management Office. Professor Kinoti. Anna say, I can see you are inspired to pray for us today, so if you can be making your step up, if you can be coming up, we will appreciate. We want to thank you most sincerely, all of you, for coming on time. I was just telling a friend of mine that the fact that the rains have come today, some can see it as a challenge for traffic, but for us we see this as a blessing and approval from God for what we are doing here to transform the lives of communities, the lives of individuals, and more so the lives of students. And so we are quite excited today to be able to participate in this final journey. Our friend from Finland was asking us, what is it? What is the fire that has been lit? And I will be calling her later on to come and give her some of those firewoods, as the Vice Chancellor sometimes says, that if you have a good fire and then you have some wet wood, then that fire is not going to be great. So we are looking for that fire that can give warmth, can cook, can provide light. And so the innovators, we are going to be the salt and the light of Kenya and the world. So without further ado, allow me to invite a friend of mine, Anase, to say a word of prayer, and then we shall move on from there. Thank you very much, Anase.
Thank you. Let us bow down and pray. Father, we thank you for this day, Lord. We thank you. You let us start this Nairobi Innovation Week. You've taken us through the first day, the second day today, and the third day, Lord. Be with us, Lord. Continue to guide our facilitators. Continue to guide the organizers of the Innovation Week. Continue to guide all the participants of this event, Lord. We've learned through the very most important things of innovation. We've learned through on partnership, collaboration, and how all work, Lord. As we continue learning, be with us, Lord. Enable those who are going to present today and those who are listening today. Let them get out something which they can also share with the community. We hope that what we learn today will make our country better and beyond. Lord God, as we start the beginning now, be with us, guide us. We pray in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
So good morning. We want to start the event of today. Before I invite the next speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to recognize our sponsors who are very, very generous to us. They sponsored the 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week 2022. If the ICT team, you are able to just flag our sponsors so that we can appreciate them, we can, for the support that they have given us. But having said that, I can be talking about our key sponsor and the partner. Safaricom have come in a very, very big way because we have the same vision with Safaricom, that's actually to catalyze the movement of innovation and entrepreneurship in academia so that we could create opportunity for the young people. And you know, University of Nairobi, I mean, we are a house of very young people taking various programs in the university. So basically, Safaricom and the University of Nairobi, as I said the other day, we are a great brand. And we are determined to work together, to collaborate together, and create a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship among our young students. Yesterday, as we started, we were discussing, somebody said, you're never too old to innovate. So as I talk about innovation from the perspective of the young people, I want also to say, even the academia, we have been here offering various degree programs to our students. We also have a duty also to retool ourselves so that we can deliver together a generation of innovative and entrepreneurial students. So thank you, Safaricom, for sharing or supporting our vision. We have to create opportunities for the future generation. And I have kept repeating this and saying what we enjoy today was created by the generation gone by, that has gone before us. It is also being created by the generation now. So we have a responsibility as the university and the industry also to create opportunity for the generation now and the future generation. Because we cannot be a university that is graduating so many students and they're out there wondering what to do. And that's why this movement has begun, to prepare our students to be more innovative, to be job creators, to be solution providers rather than job seekers. So I want to appeal to the students who are listening to us now. We all have a duty to embrace the now, because things have changed. We need to embrace the now, change our mindset. During this Nairobi Innovation Week, a lot has been spoken. We need to change our mindset. We need to change our mindset so that we become innovative, we become entrepreneurial, and create opportunity for ourselves. And the industry is here to hold our hand, and that's why I'm recognizing our partner. Our other partner is the government of Kenya. The State Department of Youth came very, very strongly because they believe their mandate is actually to help the youth. And they are here in a big way, and they are saying, let's work together to create the opportunity for the youth and also the students in the university. We have Aragon, Kenya. Aragon, Kenya has actually offered us a very great partnership. They've already taken 20 students for internship program, which was launched by the Vice Chancellor together with Dr. Bimal Kantaria a month ago. So internships are on offer. Somebody said, as young students, please show up. Opportunities are here. So Elgon Kenya has started that internship program. After those 20 students, they will be looking for other students to give internship. They are also building for us agricultural and technology innovation center in the Faculty of Agriculture, aimed to help the student in that space, in the Faculty of Agriculture, to retool themselves, to embrace the modern way of farming, and that center is being set up at Faculty of Agriculture. So there's a lot of opportunities. There's a lot of opportunities on offer. The industry is here to partner with us so that we can work together and create, as I said again, a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship among the youth. The others, I'll just mention them very quickly. We have Safal Building System, Mabati Rolling Mill, They are also supporting us. They are big in housing sector, and they are looking for talent in that space. And our students, this is the now to take the opportunity. And sometimes you need to look for those opportunities, and that's why I'm mentioning our partners so that you know them, pursue them. They are actually set up in the exhibition. They are actually looking for student talent. So even when you have time, just pass there. Listen to what they are saying. Opportunity will show up when you show yourself where you're supposed to be. So thank you very much. We have KenGen, we have British Council. Yesterday we had a very exciting session in the afternoon where British Council is running a program in 5 countries, UK, Ghana, South Africa, Nigeria, and Kenya. And this program is about universities collaborating with entrepreneurial ecosystem to create solutions that will support the youth who are starting up their business. So they are exciting innovation solutions that Innovation for African Universities have put in together. There are 24 projects coming up with a solution on how they can support the youth in startup journey in innovation and entrepreneurial skill. They are also there in the exhibition where the exhibition are learning. Get yourself there so that we can see how then we can be supported. Because we were told yesterday in that session, ideas are worthless. But what is very, very important is execution, execution, execution. And all of us, I know we have many, many ideas. So we need to interact with the people exhibiting out there just to understand how do you translate this idea and execute properly so that you can derive value from that idea. So even if I don't mention the other, I want to mention Heart Prize. The student you're seeing there, registering as innovatively, they have even created a QR reader where you register yourself online so that we can keep that data. They belong to Heart Prize. These students gave us 50 volunteers. These are our University of Nairobi students in that program called Heart Prize. They have actually excelled in what they have done. They show up every morning. They ensure that people at the exhibition are well, the data of their registration is well captured. They are registering us here. They are organizing us here. In fact, I said, if you're looking for talent, the place to start is the Heart Prize. They have demonstrated ability. They volunteered. They actually came and pleaded with us in the not pleaded, they offered to volunteer themselves and to support us in every way. So Safaricom and other partners in the house, I will be engaging you just to see how, because the Safaricom CEO was here the first day and offered that they are looking for talent. We want to direct you where the talents are, because they have demonstrated the attitude sets that were spoken here during the first day. They have demonstrated, another one I've crafted, the hard set, the doing part. And they are driving this process as far as organizing us, registering us, and capturing data of attendee in real time. I'll stop there and say there are many, many sponsors that have partners with us. And the reason why they are partnering with us is to speak to the youth issue. So I'm speaking to our young students online and here now. There are many, many opportunities. Let's just show up. And just to summarize, yesterday in one session, one speaker said, you may not have everything you need to start. But keep on searching on whatever you need and you'll get it. And surely, as an innovator, as an entrepreneur, you will succeed. So I take this opportunity to welcome you physically and to welcome those that are online. And of course, on my own behalf, on behalf of the leadership of this university, the Vice Chancellor, my boss here, Professor Hutchinson, who is Associate Vice Chancellor, Innovation and Enterprise. So thank you very much, and karibu sana, as we say, as always. It's now my great pleasure to welcome Jude from Safaricom. Jude has been, I don't know whether he has been sleeping. He has been working with our hackathon. He's running the hackathon. We are saying he has been working with the hackers, and we want him just to tell us, how did we get there? Because what we did, we asked university students, academia, to register for that opportunity to be involved in the hackathon. So there was an application process, there was a vetting, but I just want to say there was an application process so that our students who are here, our students who are online, that opportunity was communicated. And I want to emphasize one email which is very, very important. That is corporate affair email. They communicated about that opportunity. So I'm urging our young students, that corporate affair, sometimes it has a lot of goodies. Let's take time, open it. You may get the opportunity of your lifetime. Having said that, Jude, come to the podium. Let's appreciate him as he does that. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Kinoti. Good morning. My name is Jude Juma Omolo from Safaricom. Maybe I would start my engagement here by saying the first time I was in Taifa Hall was in 2011, September, because I was a young, freshly admitted student of the University of Nairobi. I was seated somewhere up there, and it was quite intimidating to even just be in this big hall. But today I am here. That time I was admitted to the School of Medicine. I know sometimes maybe some people will be asking how School of Medicine and Safaricom, what is the correlation? That's a story for another day. So I found myself in Safaricom. What I do at Safaricom, I'm in charge of quality engineering, especially automation and governance around quality. But also, I also do innovation, hackathons. It's something we are trying out at Safaricom because we are becoming a technology company. And as a technology company, we have to encourage the culture of trying out new things, trying out new ideas, leveraging on technology. So I happen to be at the very center of it with hackathon and all the activities involved. So like Prof said, we are a partner, and we came in for this Nairobi Innovation Week specifically to run the hackathon. And I just wanted to maybe go through the framework that we normally use for hackathon and innovation in general. Perhaps maybe the question I would ask ourselves is, why do we do it in the first place? Why are we obsessed with innovation? If you look at Safaricom, one of our core pillars is innovation. Of course, I know our CEO talked about a customer obsession, but at the end, the other pillars, there are actually 4 of them. The other pillar is innovation. So it's a big thing for us, and he is very passionate about it, and we understand the assignment, and that's why we go around universities, we go around tech hubs, we go around Kenya, and maybe perhaps later on we might transcend our national boundaries and just go out there looking for innovation. So why do we do it? We want to just change the view of technology, how Kenyans, how we look at technology, and how we actually use technology. The tech ecosystem in Kenya right now is quite interesting. There's a lot happening. Big techs are coming. Microsoft is here. Google is coming. Actually, it's here already. MasterCard is here. Perhaps even Meta will be coming. So the young people that are here with us in our universities, we have to change the narrative. Sometimes when you talk about coding, hacking, what they conjure up in their mind is not very impressive. Maybe someone, a criminal of some sort, sitting somewhere in a dingy place trying to put funny things on a Zoom link, like we saw on... But yeah, we are just trying to change the narrative, give them the environment where they can express themselves, because it's actually a creative art, if you think about it. So we're also trying to arouse interest in tech. Students, and I'm actually glad I've actually interacted with so many professors here at the university. I used to think that people who only care about innovation are young people, but I was shocked. Professors across generations, young people, not so young, and senior citizens, all of them are quite curious. They want to know what is really happening in the world of tech. So I've interacted with a lot of them, seen their innovations, seen their exhibitions. Before I came here, and before Prof called me, we were actually at the booths, just listening to what is happening there, what the professors are doing, and how they're changing lives. Prof has talked about talent, and talent for us at Safaricom is big. We have a small pool of tech talent in Kenya, and like I've said, there are so many tech giants that are coming up, and we are going to be competing for this talent. So for us, we are being very intentional and being very proactive to create a pipeline of some sort. We want to go look for talent where they are being manufactured. And we believe university is the factory, actually, where that talent is being manufactured. So we are being very intentional to partner with academia. We tell them about what the future skills are. What is the industry looking for? So if you go to our booth, you'll see, we are talking about the future skills, machine learning, AI, automation, cybersec, big data, and all those kind of things. So through our partnership, even beyond just the hackathon, we want to have engagements where we even come to your classrooms and tell you the things that you are learning in class, how do they actually translate into the big things that you see are happening, the metaverses and whatnot. Yeah. And lastly is about partnership. We realize at Safaricom we are not an island, and we are in a very, what we call the VUCA environment. It's quite volatile, it's quite uncertain, it's quite complex and very ambiguous. Things are changing quite so fast, and we have to work with everybody just to make sure that we are moving in the same direction, and we are solving a problem for our customers and for our citizens, our people. So I want to go quickly and talk about how we do the hackathon bit or the innovation bit and how the process has been since Tuesday. We started by calling for collection of ideas, or calling for applications. So internally at Safaricom we have a portal that we normally use, but of course for legal challenges, of course we don't expose that to everybody. So when we have external hackathons like now, the one we are having with the university, what we do is create a link. That link could be a Google form or whatever it is that would be useful in that case. And then we get people submitting. And I must admit, I was shocked. I was under the impression that because this is exam time, perhaps I would get maybe even less than 20 or so. I got 60, by the time we were closing the collection, we got over 60. But we didn't actually just close it fully, because right now if I go and check, I'll probably get, the last time I checked we were over 200 plus. So that means even the ones that have hacked, the ones that didn't make it to now the cut after we closed, we will still of course have further engagements going forward. So after that we went through a process of shortlisting, and I have to mention here for the students who are in the audience, Sometimes when we call for those submissions, we want you to be as descriptive as possible. Tell us what exactly your idea is in so many words. Because if you just say it's a new way of registering SIM cards, or it's about health, and you have maybe 200 of them, how am I going to know how viable or, yeah. So just make sure you are as descriptive as possible so that when you are doing the shortlisting, at least we can give you a chance. So we ended up with a list of 20, and those are the ones now we subjected to the hackathon process. Before the hackathon process, because we realized this is a whole new thing for most people, especially the young people, we were very intentional about giving master classes, what we call master classes. So master classes is where we train students or the innovators or hackers how to pitch, how to put together your, because it's not just about, sometimes tech people, we are very funny. We want to speak through what we do, our nice command lines and stuff, and things happening. But when you're given a chance to just explain what you do, that is where it becomes awkward for most of us. So we wanted to be very intentional and just make them feel easy. How can you present in such a way that whoever is listening, whoever is in the audience, can actually have an interest? Okay, so we gave master classes around even just creating a deck, doing a presentation, a PPT, how to, connect the tech language and the business language. Because at the end of the day, technology is not just an end in itself. It's a means to an end. You are solving a real problem. So how can you speak that language? So we did that, and they were very happy. So even our pitching, I think the quality of the pitching was quite good because I want to believe because of those master classes that we had. So after that, we went through a series of judging that happened yesterday. It was purely online. So we had 2 streams. We were calling it stream A and B. So we're just allocating each team to the various judges. So of course they were given like 10 minutes. They talked to us about what their ideas are, what problem, what gap they're seeing, how they're solving it, or maybe even for those who are quite enthusiastic about tech, they can go ahead and tell us what is the technology behind their solution. So it was quite interesting. We did it for quite some time, probably around 3 hours. And we closed that for the students category. So this morning, we are actually at the tents, at the booths, walking around to listen to another category, which are university staff. And that's why I started by saying I'm very happy to see that even people in another generation are also not just teaching, but commercializing their knowledge. Whatever knowledge they are teaching students, they are bringing them out into real products, solving real problems. So I've seen a lot of agriculture products. I've seen a lot of products that are in health. So I'm very happy. So that is what is happening right now. Later on today, once we are done, we will consolidate and have winners, and then we will announce, and I hope there will be some prizes for them. So I think it's a happy day for us. It's a happy day for everyone. The lessons I've picked since I started this, like I've said, there's a lot of innovations within us, and it's across generations, young people, and also senior people. I've also noticed that working through the university, sometimes you have an idea and you don't know the process it takes to even have an IP, something that you can call your own and maybe later on commercialize. And I'm happy that Prof is here and her team that does that work, just making you go through that process of intellectual property, patenting, and all that. Yeah. There's a lot of excitement. I think I've said that. There's a hackathon myth that I started with. People, when you hear hackathon, even sometimes in Safaricom, people shy away from submitting ideas because they think, and I got this feedback yesterday, that for you to be a hacker, you have to be a coder. Like you have to be writing code. But we have so many categories of hackers. Somebody just have an idea. Somebody just a thinker. Okay, Steve Jobs, I don't think he was a coder or anything, but he was a genius in his own right. Okay? So sometimes when we call for people to come and hack with us, we're not saying you have to be a computer scientist or the best in class when it comes to Java and Python and whatnot. You could be an anthropology student, but you have a brilliant idea. Okay, so all you need is put up your hand, submit, and then we will help you even forming the team, getting you the right mix of talent that you need to bring your idea to life. So I want to leave it there. Prof, if you allow me, I just want to go back and continue the process of judging. And thank you so much for hacking with us.
Thank you, Jude. We all now know what has been going on in fourth floor. And now it's my great pleasure to welcome the next speaker to join me here. And the next speaker is Dr. Evans Vaya, innovation expert. When I met him here in Kenya, and he also invited me to the US, where I went through a very, very exciting innovation and leadership program. He's very experienced in terms of innovation. He'll be telling us he even actually has a book which guides us how do you start from the ideation to commercialization. So can we welcome Dr. Evan Vaya as he comes on stage? Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me? It's always exciting to be back here at University of Nairobi. I remember the very first Innovation Week and the second Innovation Week, and it's an honor to see this program continuing to grow because it's impacting a lot of people. We are going to talk about scaling and commercialization of ideas. And I don't have a lot of time, so I'm not going to give you everything you need to know about this, but I'm going to provide you a framework. And so, if you're taking notes, take as much notes as possible, but I'm going to give you a framework. This is what you should have as a way of commercializing ideas or your research. I happen to spend a lot of time with university researchers, industry researchers, as well as students. And this issue of scaling always comes up, especially if you are trying to pitch your idea for money, you're trying to pitch your idea to recruit other team members, whatever it is, you always ask this question about scale. But scaling is not easy. And as a matter of fact, I want to remind you of the following: that successful scaling starts with getting traction. If you don't have traction, then you cannot scale. It's important that the idea you have actually gets somebody to appreciate it, to purchase it, to give you feedback. Because if you don't have traction, then you'll never scale. And this is important for researchers, because most researchers like the idea of scaling. They're going to talk about going and starting a factory. They're going to go start whatever it is. And then I always ask them a question: tell me about your users. Tell me about who is adopting your product or your service, or your research. Students who come to me and say, I have this great idea, especially software engineers. I have this great idea, and they will solve this, it will do that, it will do that. People tell me they love it. Great. Tell me what kind of feedback are you getting? Tell me what kind of system have you set in place? Because it all starts with traction. So, assuming you have traction, now we can talk about scaling. You cannot talk about scaling if you don't have traction. So I just wanted to set that up, because if you don't get the traction, then you need to make sure you're solving the right problem. So again, I said I'm going to provide you a framework. So here we go. This is for successful scaling and commercialization, you need 5 things. If you get these things, 5 things right, I can guarantee you your possibility of successful scaling and commercialization is just going to increase. Here we go. The first one is that you need ideas and insights, and lots of ideas. The idea you started with is just the starting idea. You need more ideas. And I'll show you the science behind this, and it's very interesting. The second one is you need to make sure you have impact, and a clearly defined impact. And that's the second ingredient. The third one is, of course, we need to have money and resourcing. It's not always about money. We have a lot of companies and a lot of people who have a lot of money, but yet they never get to scale. So we'll talk about this shortly. The next one is you need to have clear development and production strategy. The last one is you need to make sure that you are clear on your delivery and engagement, not only of your internal customers, but also external customers as well. So those are the 5 things. So let's dig into each of these, and I'm going to provide you some questions that you need to think about. Again, I'm providing a framework. I don't have time to go through all of them. Actually, all this was actually part of the work we did here at the University of Nairobi so many years ago, because they used to speak a lot about this topic. And we actually put this in one of our books, The Innovator's Advantage, and that you can, of course, find on Amazon. I have it here for one of the lucky winners this morning. But it's all there, so you can really understand and dig deeper into each of these concepts. But let's talk to just highlight. Let's talk about ideas and insight generation. What is important here, you need to ask a bunch of questions. Again, I'm providing a framework. You need to be able to answer this very clearly and deeply. How well do you understand the problem to be solved? It's one thing for you to have a technology, and that technology can do magic. It's another thing for you to actually have a problem you're solving. The biggest problem I see, especially with the students, they have solutions looking for problems. You have solutions looking for problems, and that is a bad place to start. Look for a problem and then develop a solution. And that is important. So how well do you understand the problem to be solved? And you need to be a student of the problem before you become a developer of solutions. Okay? You need to be able to provide that. The second one, how specifically can your idea or research address the problem? For example, when we talk about world hunger, it's a very large problem. No one person can solve it. But there are so many solutions to be developed. How can your solution help? Be very specific, right? The second one, the third question in this category could be, how can you generate more ideas? So here's some research that was done by Professor Rogers at the University of Toronto. And this was done over many, many years. It's a longitudinal study over 15 different industries globally, over almost 25 years. They studied this, and what they found is for you to successfully commercialize an idea, in average you need about 3,000 ideas. And I give an example of a water bottle, right? If I had not shown you this, you probably could have answered it. I always ask, this water bottle, how many ideas did it take for it to be in my hands? Right? Some people say 1 idea, 2 ideas. But think about it. Everything from the design of the bottle, the purification of the water, the logistics, the branding, the shape, the chemistry of the bottle or the plastic, all those different elements, all these ideas must come together for me to hold this water bottle in my hand. By the way, the last time I checked, this thing is not burning my hands right now. I'm holding it, right? There's so many ideas. You need lots of ideas. And this is another mistake I see all the time. You have a great idea, initial idea, and you think you have everything you need. You don't. You need a lot of ideas from a lot of other people across the chain so that it can actually come to life. So I want you to understand this concept, that whenever you have research or an idea, get a lot more ideas from other people and be open to a lot of ideas along the way. Because if you don't have an idea or enough ideas, you'll stagnate. Okay, second part is the impact model. You need to have this. So what kind of solution will you be offering? So we are trying to solve the world hunger. Okay, great. What are you going to do? Are you going to provide some potatoes? Okay, fine. That's all I can do to solve my world hunger. Okay, great. Be very clear. What is the solution? Because if you're not clear on the solution that you're going to be offering to people, then you will never have the impact that we are looking for commercialization. The second thing is, who is your audience? Right? Internally and externally. I always give an example of, actually I was going to give a different example. Let's stick with the water bottle. If I'm going to commercialize this water, I have to think about the upstream and downstream. So upstream in this case is, where did I get the water? Where did I get the bottle? Who actually developed the branding? How did I get it here? How was it packaged? How did I get it delivered? Who is going to be impacted by your innovation or solution? This is important. The third one is, how will the context improve because of using your solution? This is the one question that always causes problems, especially with the students. I always ask them, okay, you came up with a really nice idea, for example, a software product. Okay, how did that change people's lives? How did that improve? If you cannot answer that question, that tells me that you don't have clear value. This is really important, okay? The third one is, you need to have a financial and resourcing model. And the truth is, we all need money. But it starts with this very question. What is the measurable value of the solution we create? If you want to commercialize an idea, your value must be explicit. It must be explicit. I need to be able to measure it. This is life without the solution. This is life after somebody uses my solution or my research or whatever it is. Okay? Need to be very clear. Measurable value. And you also need to be clear how you're going to measure that value. The last piece, the last question in this is, what kinds of resources are required to create and deliver that value? Here's a challenge. Most people cannot tell me what they need. So I always ask people, okay, now I give you $1 million. Great. What are you going to do with it? You answer questions like, oh, I'm going to start a factory. I'm going to hire a team. Okay, then we get to the next question. Okay, you're going to hire a team. To do what? Oh, maybe to do this manufacturing. I want to do this manufacturing. I want to do this. You need to be very, very clear, not only what you're going to do with the money, but also how and what talent you need and other resources. We had a case in Mexico City. I just used a story on this one. We actually did a hackathon, going back to Jude's point here, and this hackathon specifically was on biotech solutions. So we were focusing on biotechnology and in Mexico. And after 54 hours of hackathon, we were able to actually, the candidates could win a prize as much as $100,000 as initial seed money. Awesome. The one part that really just discouraged us from investing was most people could not ever answer this question. Now that you have been so passionate about your idea, now we want to see this idea to market. What resources do you need? They would never tell us. They would just tell us a team, or I need more production lines. I need this. But why and how? They will never tell us. So we ended up investing in some companies. But I will tell you, this is a really important question. So if you're thinking about scaling your idea or getting your research out of the lab, think about this. What resources do you need? And what kind of resources? And in what order? And how are you going to optimize those so that they can actually allow you to get the idea to market? Really, really important. And don't assume you just need money, because actually we have a lot of people who have a lot of money, but they never commercialize. The fourth element is the development production model. How would you design a solution? It doesn't matter if it's a software, it doesn't matter if it's a service, it doesn't matter if it's a biotech solution, whatever it is, you need to be able to design a solution. How are you going to design it? This is another struggle, because most scientists or most inventors, they come up with great ideas, but now it has to be designed for market. How are you going to design it so it is market ready? Okay, so you may actually develop a really good solution for a farmer, but the farmer doesn't need to know your code. If you're a software developer, they don't need to know your code. They just need to have a button they can press and something happens. They don't need to know the source, the magic source. They just need to see the magic. So think about how you design solutions. And this is an important one. How will the solution be developed? Okay, it's one thing to design it. How is it going to be developed? And most importantly, who is going to develop it at a scale? This is another problem that I see all the time. I was here back in 2015 or 2016. One of your students, one of your colleagues had a really, really good solution. And they had partnered with a company out of Israel, but that company was just an innovation hub. So they had not thought about production. So actually one of the local, she found one of the local potential purchasers of this solution. But they did not need one piece of the solution. They needed hundreds of units of this solution. And they were offered, hey, if you can provide me hundreds of these solutions, I'm willing to write you a check right now. My understanding as by yesterday, that went nowhere. Great solution, but since they never thought about developing the solution at scale, they lost the opportunity. And this happens all the time. So you need to answer that question. How will you develop a solution? And do you have the capacity? So this is part of the commercialization and scaling. Okay, you need to have that. Then the last of these five pillars is you need to deliver and engage your customers. How will the solution reach the customers? It's really interesting to me. Especially I see again this with a lot of engineers and scientists and even developers. You come up with a really good tool and you know where it lives, but we make that available to the masses or to the specific customer group, you can't answer it. You need to be able to answer this question: how will the solution reach the customers? And another one that is always interesting about this is how will customers know and learn about your solution? This is part of marketing. So this is where now, again, having talent and having diverse talent, it becomes really important. And then the last one, how much will the customer pay? Oh, this sounds funny, but a lot of people may not be able to tell you how much you should pay for their solution. Because I'm an inventor. I loved developing it. And now you're asking me to pay for it. Let's see. $3 sounds good. $2 sounds good. 200 shillings sounds good. No, you need to have already thought about this in your innovation model, and you need to be able to answer this very explicitly. This product or this service is worth this much. And this will also help you in your financing and other elements that we talked about earlier. So, next time you come up with an invention and you're trying to get it to market, be very clear about how much you're charging. And this is where now market research and all those things really becomes important. One last piece to this is where partnership, for example, in the university between, for example, College of Business, with engineering, with the departments becomes important. You've got a lot of people, for example, in the School of Business who will help you in the market research, in marketing, all those different things. You have engineers who are actually having a lot of inventions on the other side, or scientists who are having inventions on the other side. They need to partner. This is also, some of this information, you don't have to gather it all by yourself. You can actually partner with others to get this done. That's part of commercialization. All right, so to put all this together, you need those 5 ingredients. And again, there's a lot more that we can learn about this. You need the ideas and insights, you need impact models, you need finance and resourcing strategies, you need development and production strategies, you need delivery channels and delivery strategies. Now, all this actually summarizes into this, right? Logic and structure. You need ideas, you need structure. We always say you cannot commercialize without structure, right? You need to think about profit and impact, right? After all, you're starting a business on an enterprise. You need to think about profit. The last piece there is you need to be very good at creating value and actually producing that value every day. Okay? So as you think about the ideas you have, I recommend less features but high throughput. Less features, high throughput. Because that's the only way you create scale. Okay? And then over time, you can then have more features and more complexity, especially those who are in software, because you have a lot of hackathon folks here. Think about that. So, all those questions and more, so you can scan this QR code, and it'll take you to a PDF that has all those questions that you can download and fill it yourself, okay, for your ideal business, and then you can be able to actually exercise what I just mentioned to you over the last 15 or so minutes. So just take advantage of that tool, and it's there. And for those who have read the Innovator's Advantage book, this is actually one of the chapters in this book, because we get a lot of inquiries about this, that you could actually be able to benefit from. I do believe it's actually chapter 2, which is preparing to innovate. All right, with that, thank you, and thank you for your time.
So thank you, Dr. Evans. I know there will be Q&A later. I want to call the next speaker, Bogwa Jihia. Please come. I want to even announce here now, we will take 20 minutes because there's another event coming which is very good. The pitching live will be here, and we want to see what the hackers have done and to go through that pitching and judging process. So Bogwa Jihia is from Safaricom. Please come and talk to us. Thank you. Let's appreciate him.
Good morning. Just a quick correction. I'm not from Safaricom. I work very closely with them. I consider myself a friend to Safaricom, and they've supported me in many ways. Actually, there are 2 guys here from Safaricom that you should make sure you meet. There's a good gentleman there called Chris Senanu. You've probably seen him at KCB Lions Den. He's a guy who cuts checks. He is also senior at Safaricom looking after their business. And then also George Jogona, who will be coming after me, is their CIO, CTO. are fantastic guys to meet and interact with, especially now that they're becoming a technology company, moving from being a telecommunications company. So if my slides could come up. My name is Mbogo Njehia. I have been in tech. This year marks 20 years, yes. Because nikitoka Kole ilikuwa 2022, not 2022, 2002. And you know, I went straight from finishing an exam on Friday into a job on Monday at a place called 3 Mice Interactive Media, when the internet had just begun to happen in Kenya. In those days, you could charge 5 million bob for a website. Those of you in tech, I mean, mnajua, before Joomla, before WordPress, before all these interesting things came up that could make any person, yes. I speak from there because of the feed. Excellent, okay. But I'll on occasion, not do that. So like I was saying, you know, those days you could very easily charge up to 5 million shillings for a website. Nowadays, times have changed. And you're looking at you know, systems that allow you to do those things faster. And then over the years, I also went up to start my own company at 25. I'm much older now, I'm starting to gray. This is from recent stress, and I'll hopefully use that example in my talk today. So right now I'm dabbling, trying to figure out how to move cities more efficiently, better. So I invested in public transport and also dabbling a bit in crypto. So slides, please. Oh gosh, then that's the wrong document. There should be a PDF there. That is something totally different. George, close your eyes, please. I mean, is there a PDF on there? Okay, fine. If there's not, then I guess this is where we wing it. I spend hours fixing those decks, and I'll probably share them later. So when talking about, you know, the topic is scaling and commercialization, but I actually think it should be the other way around. Commercialization, then scaling, okay? Because if you don't have anything, if it doesn't work, if it doesn't make sense, then, you know, what are you doing? And when you're looking at the element of starting out your idea, you come and say, what's an idea? I mean, I call them brain farts. And brain farts are, you know, you're sitting there in traffic and you're like, this could be better, right? So we all have brain farts, and we all have all these amazing things that we think could make the world better. But what's the biggest challenge? Is what is the value of an idea? Actually, you know what, George, could I just send it to you on WhatsApp? I think those slides would be fantastic to just see. As I regale you with my ideation process on what I'm currently working on. So George's going to give you the slides. Let me know once you've received that. Okay. So the thing is, what's the value of an idea? To me, ideas are worth absolutely nothing. And the previous speaker alluded to the fact that, you know what, every one of us has those ideas, and it's only execution that matters. So when you think about an idea, even before you start thinking about anything else, you need to think of, how do I then take this idea and make it work? And here is where probably most of you have had this thing called the MVP, right? The minimum viable. Minimum viable? I like active rooms. Minimum viable product, exactly. And what does a minimum viable product mean? If you're looking at the example of a bottle. A minimum viable product means that the thing is actually useful, okay? It means that it's actually useful. If you were living in darkness and you're thinking of the idea of light during the night, what would an MVP be? What do you think an MVP would be? I mean, we are coming from the Stone Age, everything katikas when darkness comes because you can't see your hand in front of your face. You've gone and hunted in the day, umekuja umepika, giza imeingia. You have to sleep because there is no light. So you're sitting there and saying, can I replicate the sun? What would your MVP be? What do you think that would be? What would be the promise that you tell someone you could deliver? Someone just shouted. Maybe the book might be yours. Some form of light, correct? And right now we assume you already cook in some way. We're not just chomping on that meat raw, right? So there's already a fire that happens, but you can't keep that fire going forever because you have to sleep, etc. But that holds the promise. And one day maybe you're there and you're trying to, you're cooking your food, and then the kamagota drops into the fire, and then what happens? There's shwa. Then this is where I call it the brain fart, and you're like, hey, what if I could keep this shwa thing going on for longer? What did I drop into this fire that caused that? Now that is where you can come and say, okay, my minimum viable product will be for me to show mom and dad when they're telling me to go sleep is, look, I can actually light up our little cave, a bit more. So if you could kindly go to the slide that talks about, that has a picture of a vehicle and probably captures the idea of an MVP maybe much better in context. If I promise you, right now, it's raining in Nairobi. We thank God for the rains, but no one wants to be caught walking. Next one, please. No one wants to be caught walking. So I come and tell you, I can actually move you from home to Nairobi Innovation Week much better. And then I give you nikupatie taya. You're like, dude, what's this? I know where I'm getting to, but I've given you a tire. Am I expecting you to now come to Nairobi Innovation Week, just rolling that thing and behaving like a car saying peep, peep at Globe? Be like, this doesn't work for me. Wacha nikae route 11. And then I come and tell you, okay, here are 2 tires and an axle. Can't even move. Fred Flintstones, how many of you have watched that cartoon? How does he run off? See, his magoros are there, his legs are there, and he's and that's how he's powering. So what's the difference between what I've given you and what you're doing currently? Nothing much. We continue, and then I give you a body. You're still not satisfied because does that thing even have a steering wheel? How do you steer that? When you talk about a minimum viable product, the thing should work from the onset in a way that delivers a certain promise. If I give you a skateboard or I give you a pair of skates, you'll be like, okay, now, instead of walking, I feel like I'm gliding. Those guys who give you those flyers on the streets. So you're like, okay, we're getting somewhere. I'm excited. What's next, Mbogo? What's next, Mbogo? I'm like, okay, now I can give you a scooter. Now with the scooter, you can now try cruise a lot better. And you're like, I like where this guy is going, and I'm actually maybe willing to, if he tells me to buy this thing, I'm going to do it. And then in finality, you can see we get to a car, but we've taken a customer through a journey that has delighted them. The team at Safaricom say, customer delight, customers being happy is critical for them. So in the first case, you have this great idea. It's going to be a car. But maybe even a customer themselves are not ready for the car. Let me connect that directly to stuff that I've done with Safiri, where we are thinking of changing public transport. If I tell you that I'll give you a flying taxi, does that even resonate with your pain point? For the ladies, you'll be like, no, right now, probably the ladies in the room, in their bags, you've got your rubbers. Sindio, you've got your rubbers. Why? Because your heels, you can't walk with them from home to the bus stop. Your modeshes, you'll walk now when you're in town, you come from CBD stop to here. And when I tell you about a flying taxi, it doesn't resonate. But if I tell you I can actually deliver something that you look elegant getting on and getting off, you're like, okay. And now you're not being called sister, mother. You're like, okay, that feels like something that is a lot more relatable. And that was the journey we took when we were discovering, for us, what does a minimum viable product mean for a public transport consumer, for whom most of you after you graduate will say, I can't wait to get my first raise so that I can do what? I can buy a Vitz. Because I don't want to be seen I don't want to be seen walking. The thing is that you don't want to be seen walking, not that you want to get a car. So if I can bring you something that meets that need, then I'm able to then take you on a journey that maybe eventually gets you to the flying taxi. Next slide, please. So now that you've done your MVP and you have something that people are feeling, like, the skateboard, the skates, you're thinking, how do I now take it to market? We have something called unit economics. And it sounds better when we use the dollar than the shilling. And the key takeaway here, because of time, is never sell $1 for 90 cents. It sounds better said like that, because if I tell you never sell 100 shillings for 99 shillings, it doesn't quite hit the spot. But don't sell $1 for 90 cents. Because what it means is that peculiar Kenyans, we like free things. And I'll come for your discount and I'll come for your pricing, and it will be near impossible for you to raise that, that fee or that price, and that is broken. I'll use Safaricom as an example as well. There was a time the market was with discounts all over the place. And the CEO came and said, us, we don't play those games. We know what it costs to deliver the service. We believe we deliver a service that is of value, and this is the price at which it's going to get. And when you're looking at economics, there are two ways to, unit economics, there are two ways to look at it. You can either do cost plus margin and say, I have bought the tires for this thing at 20 bob, I have bought the mbao for this thing at 50 bob, it cost me 20 plus 50 is 70. So I can sell the board, I can sell the thing combined at 150. I've looked at cost plus margin. Very easy math. The alternative is also price for value. Pricing for value is when you go to Kempinski and you order kakwota and chips. It's of course called differently, but when you cross over here and you go to Luthuli, Apo Ramogi Studio, I don't know if those two joints still are there, where you eat and you almost sweat out your entire meal because it is so hot. It is the same potato. It is the same chicken. It is probably the same oil. But the difference between your Luthuli 250 bob chips kakwota and your 3,500 at Kempinski is someone has priced for value. There's a certain je ne sais quoi when you're there you're about to dig into chips and your kakwota with a knife and fork. With your better half, you guys are dating and you're like, yes, this feels like it. I'm making a great impression. Versus standing there, opening your gazette, bring the chili sauce, and so you can also price for value. But key takeout from here is never sell $1, something that costs you $1 for 99 cents, unless there's some other magic that you've got on the back of that. Next slide, please. Who knows these guys? Which side is my? Who's the guy? Who's the first guy on the left? Mark Zuckerberg, Meta guy. Who's the second guy? Sundar, Google. Other guy? Jack. Interesting conversation there now that Elon, threw some 44 billion there to take that thing over. Next guy? Bezos, Amazon. Let's see if you'll get the other guy. The last two. Second last. Reid Hoffman, LinkedIn. Okay. And the last guy? Yep. From? Company for relatability? No. Close one though is Zhang, TikTok. Why these people are important is when you're coming to the issue of both commercialization and scale, they're key to the conversation we're going into. Next slide, please. These guys, as soon as you figured out your commercialization and you're going to scale, there's one important metric that you must look out for, which is the cost of customer acquisition. How much does it cost you to bring someone onto your platform or into your business and into your doors You need to understand that down to a T, because it will inform every other action that you do. If you're in the mobile space and maybe you're building apps, there's kind of like currently a standard that we use because the guys at Google have been gracious enough to share that information with agencies. And the average cost of acquisition, if you're looking at a mobile application, is actually $1. It will cost you 100 shillings to onboard someone, on average, to your new app. If it's an app that helps ladies find out or to book a service pale Kenyatta Market ya kutengenezwa braids, it will cost you 100 shillings to bring in a customer. What does that mean? It means that whatever service you put out there, you must be very cognizant of either how long it will take you to make money or break even, or even if that business is tenable. Now, here's the thing that happens whenever you raise money after you've essentially figured out that your MVP has an audience. What's the first thing you want to do as soon as you raise money? Or what's the first thing that happens when people raise money? Chris has cut you a check from Lion's Den, and you're telling him how you're going to spend it. What do you think is the first thing you're going to do because you're now ready for the market? You're going to advertise. You're going to say, I need to get more people in here. So those 6 gentlemen that I showed you earlier, it's a pity there are no more, there isn't a bit of equity in terms of gender there. But those 6 people are literally invisible shareholders in millions of businesses across the world. Why? Because the first $1 million you get, or the first 100,000 shillings you get, umekimbia pale, I want to boost my post on Facebook, right? Pesa imeenda wapi? Imeenda kwa Zuckerberg. So people actually say people spend close to between 40 to 60% of what they raise in marketing initiatives. That almost makes those people silent shareholders. And when we go now into commercialization, and next slide, please. I hope we've looked at that slide. We have to be very careful about how we go about it. Don't raise that money and then go straight into an attempt to do marketing activities. Here's where the more difficult thing happens, where you need to look internally and say, how can I actually have impact and get the same customer without going out of pocket and paying Zuckerberg, going to LinkedIn, going to TikTok to pay an influencer, and things like that. And now when talking about commercialization, one of the things I'd like to advise most of you to look at is guerrilla marketing. And guerrilla marketing simply means novel or innovative ways through which you can get visibility for your customers. I'll give you an example. Adidas, there was a time there was an Adidas retailer, I think out in the US. And in the malls there, when you walk in, you have lots of interesting things like free Wi-Fi, etc. These guys put out Bluetooth beacons. So if your phone there was a time Bluetooth was the thing. You walked around with your Bluetooth on. So the Bluetooth, the beacon tells you, wash a Bluetooth, I have a surprise for you. So when you wash it, an offer comes on your phone. And you're like 90% off the latest pair of Adidas shoes. They're on the 3rd floor. What starts happening? People are checking into the mall and are starting to sprint. You're wondering what's going on. Guys are just entering and they're starting to sprint because there's a timer. That discount is going to end in the next 60 seconds. So guys are just sprinting. You're wondering what's going on, what's happening, but now people are just coming to see what's happening in this store. Very novel. They didn't go out and pay some fancy ad. They didn't go out and do what. So guerrilla marketing is one of those ways you can actually look at now driving commercialization after you figured out that your product actually has a place in society and people are willing to pay for it. My own personal experience with this is in the early days of Facebook, they had, when you created a Facebook account, you also got a Facebook email. Only that most of you probably didn't know that, right? And the interesting thing is that your username or your user ID, which is probably a long string of 24 characters, was that string of 24 characters at facebookmail.com. So this time we're building what we considered the first mobile social network. It was called Sembuse. You could actually text for less than a shilling, when that time Safaricom was doing an SMS at 3 bob, 5 bob. So it was something big. We grew 240,000 users. And this is what we did. We built a bot that simply went to some of the more popular groups. And that time, if you went and saw who's following, say, Safaricom, you could see their IDs. So we just built like a bot that quickly, slowly harvested those and simply attached what? At Facebook Mail at the end. And just like that, Facebook delivered our emails for free to hundreds of thousands of people. Of course, they came and found out that it was a gap, and then they closed it. But that's a form of guerrilla marketing that allowed us to then get audiences that we had previously had to have paid, lots of money on. And you need to think about, look at all the platforms that are out there and try to figure out how you could actually work with them to exploit some of those opportunities. Next slide, please. Finally, you figured out your commercial model, your unit economics, you've done a bit of guerrilla marketing. Now you really need to scale. Scale is a function of distribution. If you've ever thought of why the Matthew lives a better life than your favorite hip-hop artist, right? The guy with grills, the guy you see on TV, on the beat, is because the Matthew has better what? Distribution. The Matthew, anatoa kanda, and he burns his CDs and goes to River Road. And there used to be a place called Dutu One Stop Shop. I don't know if it's still in existence. Dutu One Stop Shop had a farm of CD duplicators. The Matthew comes in, puts his master, and in an hour has got 10,000 of those things ready. Handed out to agents who then go selling it street by street, and he makes 30 bob, 30 bob, 30 bob, 30 bob, 30 bob, but across what? 10,000 of these things. So even if you pirate, he is fine because he's already made his money. But your favorite hip-hop artist, he wants to appear on TV, wants you to follow him on Insta, he's still struggling because he doesn't have what? Distribution. So once you have figured out your unit economics and you have something of value, the next stage is to figure out your distribution. And locally, there are different ways to look at that. And the first one I'd say is standing on the shoulders of giants. First one on that deck is Safaricom. They have an amazing new platform called Mini Apps that I think, and George may correct me, I think they're now at 5 million users on that. And the example that they gave during the latest FinTech Week is they have a partner who, as soon as they put their stuff on the Mini app, and Safaricom helped them promote, they got 8,000 customers that first day. 8,000. Remember, what is the cost of customer acquisition that we looked at earlier? At least $1. So if I brought you 8,000 customers today, how much value have I given you? That is $8,000. So there are different platforms that you can look at partnering with to help you drive your scale via getting access to distribution. The second one is, of course, Facebook and Google and others, TikTok, LinkedIn, all have very great audiences that you could plug into. But here's the thing. Most of us go in blindly. Because you go in and you're told, promote this post, you don't do any science behind it, you don't do any experiments behind it. That is what you should do. Because if you're selling wigs, if you can sit down and over the next few weeks figure out what sort of targeting works for you, then you have your secret sauce that you can say, I know there are 50 other people selling wigs, but for sure, I know that I've got my secret sauce here that if I target these guys and put this sort of messaging, I'm going to get a certain result. And finally, when looking at scale and distribution is what we call the viral loop. Are you able to have people, I call it word of mouth. Before mobiles became big, it was word of mouth. That you see something and you hear something and you can't wait you're itching to share it. FOMO, let me be the first one to share this fantastic deal. And you refer to one person, another person, another person. If you did that, and I used the example of the wigs, what would happen is, hey, sis, you're looking nice. Where did you get that? We've done. I just booked on this app. You're like, voila, give me, show me. Hi, it's called Tres. Hi, let me go. Let me refer. And slowly by slowly, those viral loops help you do what? Distribute. So that's the long and short of my thoughts on how to drive, scale on commercialization, with of course saying that you must start with the commercialization thought, so that you can be sure that if you scale this thing, it's going to make you money. If you scale something that burns chums, what happens? You essentially call Chris and say, ile pesa ulitupatia imeisha. And then Chris will tell you, on to the next one. But if you figure out your unit economics, figure out your CAC, your model, then you can scale with confidence, knowing that for certain, you'll make money, you'll make bank and make returns for all your investors and also your team. Because nowadays, we thrive, I call it collective prosperity. Don't call it Bogo and Sons. Call it Bogo and Sons, but make sure the people who've joined you on that journey also benefit. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you and I look forward to the question and answer session.
So asante sana. We will have a Q&A at the end. So you allow me to invite the next speaker, George Juguna. Please come. 20 minutes so that we have the Q&A together. Thank you. Let's appreciate him as he comes. Thank you.
Good morning. How's everyone doing? It's quite hard to come on stage after Mbogwa. We've done this quite a few times. And unlike him, I'll not have slides because I think my slides are not as good as his. But anyway, I have a very interesting topic today, and try being in a university to almost give it like a lecture. I'll be talking about the role of technology in advancing innovation. I work at Safaricom and extremely grateful to all the people who've put together this event and Professor. I always say I think I play a small role in driving our economy. Maybe by guess for the students, and I promise you, I'm sure there's someone from my team around. How many transactions do you think we do on M-Pesa a day? Can't hear? So I had 30 million. Someone else? 20? 20 million, yeah. Someone else? You said? 1 million a day. 1 billion. So we do about 60 million M-Pesa transactions a day. And the value, I think not too far, is about 100 billion, about 3 trillion a month. And I think my team has the responsibility of making sure each of those transactions work. And when they don't work, as you heard from our CEO, it's the dreaded call. And it's very unfortunate that when Peter still gives this story that when he sees my calls, he thinks M-Pesa is down. It's no longer the case. And but it's an interesting country, what Mbogwa was talking about. On the SMS side, how many SMSs do you think we do a day? Silence. We do 180 million SMSs a day. And so many times I talk with my colleagues in other countries, and they're saying SMS is dead. I'm looking at 180 million. I'm wondering, there's nothing dead with SMS and USSD. I think about 260 million calls a day. And I think at peak, we are doing about 25,000 SMSs a second. I think through and through, about 200,000 transactions per second that we need to do. And I think I'm very excited that, this is done in Kenya, and it's done by Kenyans. And we can be proud, and many conferences that I'm in, both locally and internationally, both by our organization as well as our competitors and government, and even the regulator, they always quote the M-Pesa story as the great innovation story of our country and perhaps even of our century. But I think what's most interesting about M-Pesa is, I think it was not about, and why I see it tying with this conversation around innovation, is I think M-Pesa was really never formed for revenue. I think it was formed and built, and we remind ourselves it's really about the impact it has on society. I think if, and Mogo and I on a couple of channels, including perhaps him and his businesses, if you think about it, every single bank, SACCO, microfinance, is delivering their products through M-Pesa. Almost every digital mobile strategy, and I was in banking for 12 years, is anchored around M-Pesa. And I think the challenge we give bankers is they need to do a strategy outside of M-Pesa. And even if M-Pesa we do as much as we do, about 90% of the transactions in Kenya are still happening on cash. Maybe it may have gone down to the 80s, but really the common challenge that we're facing for people who are digitizing financial services is actually cash. So the opportunities remain endless. But I think when I reflect on the fact, and during my time, and for those of you who've had to either have people up country or go up country, you will realize that sending money, you would tend to put it in a bus. Now, if I look at the audience, other than the professors and lecturers, many of you probably were on the receiving end of the money from the bus, not the sending end. And communication was also a challenge. So for the most part, you trusted the bus driver, conductor, office, and that was your bank. And I can remember the many times I went to Accra Road. It was not the easiest place to go. And you kind of knew all the buses and where they would go. And you'd see a long queue of people. And they're not queuing to buy tickets, but they're queuing to hand over their parcel, and many times money to go. Now, those things never happen today. And you think about it many times, if it was taking a loved one to hospital, school fees for the children, or an urgent need that was needed, you actually had to depend on Akamba and such other services. Those of maybe you guys are using Mashpoa or I don't know, Oxygen, there's all these names for the buses. But I think the transformative element of it was actually realizing, and when I hear the stories, how much our lives have changed and the opportunities that have opened up. If I think about almost every major fintech, even the ones that are attracting money from overseas, and the jobs that are created, the 600,000 different merchants and businesses that integrate, the 400,000 agents, on many of them in a green Mabati piece that we trust more than more than we trust many places. The US, in the entire United States, has only 60,000 branches. We have over 400,000 agents in our country, which is smaller than the state of Texas. So if you talk about the impact on financial inclusion and access, it's been tremendous. You know, on Fuliza, we lend about 1.6 billion a day. And you think about it, before Fuliza and these Mshwari, which was also a proposition I was part of, people would tend and have to borrow. Again, let me talk about it. The local shopkeeper was the chief lending officer in the village. You can see someone smiling. And you would go and get things, unga, and you'd say, I'll pay you at the end of the month as you wait for the akamba from your father to bring money. And so consistently, I believe the story of Fuliza is really about a story of dignity. And all of these behind it, I think it's really solving a problem in society, identifying a need and using technology to resolve it. But I think the story of purpose is deeply rooted with our dignity. Some of you may not believe this, but I actually use Fuliza. And the time recently I took my family for a meal. And of course, the common accepted method of payment is M-Pesa. And I think they tended to consume a bit more than I had in my M-Pesa wallet. And and sometimes I don't check my balance. So I went to do the transaction, and it quickly, luckily, it told me you need to, can we Fuliza? And so the person in my family, as well as the waiter, none of them knew that I was using credit to pay for my meal. And it's the dignity that you have, as opposed to being there and you say, hold on, let me rush to the car, or let me rush to the nearest bank, or let me find a way to borrow elsewhere so I can do it. And so I think why I give you all these analogies is all of this is driven by a lot of technology. I think during the COVID period, when we entered COVID, we were doing about 60 our capacity on Fuliza was 60 transactions per second. We quickly had to grow that to 90. By end of last year, we were at 300, and now we're doing a project to grow it at 600. I think when you hear us talk a lot about be it M-Pesa, be it SMSs, the communication that we do and all that, we never talk about the technology. But I think you cannot underscore the importance of our technology platforms and technology teams in bringing all these things together. But again, it's not technology for the sake of it. As a technology person, I think as we talk to our teams about the importance of what they do and how critical it is, we have to keep drawing the parallels between the impact to society and how this is actually playing out to the common day mwananchi, and how the technology, the upgrades, the innovation, the new technologies that we try out are actually improving it. I think part of the Fuliza story was studying the data. I've seen a young man there, I think in year 2, was telling me he's working on data. We realized that 56% of M-Pesa transactions are completed within, that fail, are completed within 24 hours. So that actually tells you people do have the ability to do it, but they just don't have it right there and then. So therefore you come up with a proposition that enables them to deliver that. And I think if I look back through the centuries, I think we are not unique in any way. I think we may think we're special. But I go back to people in 1748, where the mechanical loom was the best technology at the time. And I think they were running on steam and water power. And they were converting coal, I guess you can call it firewood, and using steam. And so the mechanical loom was actually, you can say, the M-Pesa of its time, or the Facebook or Twitter, or the supercomputer. But they were, mankind in that first industrial revolution was actually seeing about how to make the society better. And one might ask me, and a lot of mining and those type of things began to take place at the time. But one might ask, to you, University of Nairobi, who was the real architect of the revolution? Was it the person who was working on the steam engine, getting the mechanical loom to come into play? Or was it the people who are in the mines who are actually using it? I think I submit to you that I believe it's the people who designed the mechanical looms. It's the people who are converting this power into steam and water. Then we come to the second industrial revolution, and we look at the assembly line, and big companies really came up, and really a large employment, and most of people are being employed in factories. And this is where the automobile and a lot of modern technology that was used till probably less than 50 years ago was really coming into play, and that's 1870 with the assembly line. Again, I think if you ask me where the real genius and innovation was, it's in the people who are developing the assembly line, not necessarily the workers who are using them. We then come to the third industrial revolution that most of us have been able to operate in, and I think it was about what we call the programmable logical controller in 1969. And again, I think the people who are working at the time, and I think the predecessors, I was probably at the age where computer science became a degree. But before that, majority of people who are working in computers had done electrical engineering. It was really about how you're going to use tech to be able, and circuits, and signals and to be able to pass it to move things. And so we had the electronic and IT systems automation. And now, and people are saying we don't even want to talk about which revolution we are in. And I think we've moved from a stage where it's about steam engines to software. I think majority, and I talk to students all the time and parents who ask me what their children should be studying. And I'm very certain that I think software, no matter what degree you're pursuing, software and data are going to continue to be very keen to what we do. And when I was coming out of school and going to the workplace, probably somewhere not far from here in Loiter House, I was being taught packages and how to do Word and all that. And somebody likewise had told me, George, you need to learn these packages. and I still use Word and PowerPoint to do a lot of my work and decks. But it's a critical skill, I think, for this time. But I think actually coding will be it. Our enterprise team, led by Chris Senanu, is now being told that they all need to understand cloud computing in depth, because the customer that they're selling to is, it's not just about talking about fiber and connectivity, but it's about the services. And you look at a lot of these things, they've really moved to cloud. And so I submit to you that I believe that we are at an age where software, and certainly it's been said, is eating the world. And I think the opportunity that it brings is that any person cannot only be able to be employable, but actually to be an employer, and also be able to create solutions that solve the problems that we have in our society. I think as a continent and country, I say we are blessed with problems. We have unemployment, unaffordable healthcare, hunger, drought, famine. You might say bad governance. I'm talking about the continent, not Kenya. Poverty, corruption, amongst others. And in many of our communities, access to basic things, basic needs like food, shelter, are really something that a large part of our populace in our country and continent find very difficult. And so we can either sit back and complain about our problems or take up the challenge and do something about it. I think the pioneers in the various industrial revolutions, not the people who are using their technologies, but the people who are building them, who are facing these problems. Mbogwa talked about a simple thing we take for granted, light. Having light in your house. And I still travel to parts of Kenya where I find people who do not have lighting in their house. People who do everything between 6 to 6, and after that it is total darkness. We still have those problems. But you can imagine in Europe and some of the most developed countries, those were the challenges that their innovators were facing. But they decided to give solutions that have really formed the bedrock of our modern society. I believe this generation, we have access to more information, technology, education than past generations. And our skills and tools need to be focused on solving these problems that present an opportunity for innovation, job creation, and real-life transformation at the grassroots level. But I think as Kenyans and even as Africans, I think we need to stop looking out for our solutions and start looking in. I think somebody who's been in Turkana or Murang'a or someplace in Western, Chavakali, is in the best position to develop problems for their society. Next time, perhaps, that Mbogwa is showing pictures of people who are doing great things, there should be Kenyan faces that are there, because we've done things that have not only changed our communities, but actually gone on to change the world. That's a challenge I leave to you. Let's solve problems using technology. At the end of the line, you will be remembered not for the problems you spoke about, but for the problems you solved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. What a nice way to, to stop. Yeah, let's solve problems using technology. And let us not be remembered for the problem we talked about, but the problem that we solved. now we have the opportunity now to go to the Q&A. We have had great speakers. It's now the opportunity, especially for the students, to ask questions. And as you ask question, just direct your question to the speaker. I'll ask my ICT team to be upstanding. Just the first one who raised the hand, ask your question, and then direct it to the speaker. We have had 3 great sessions. Let's see the first hand. Yes. You can stand.
Hi, my name is Mitesh Varsani. I'm a 2.2 student at the university. My question goes to Mr. Mbugua. You talked about guerrilla marketing, and my question concerning that would be, supposedly you're selling a product that is in a very saturated market. What kind or how can we go about guerrilla marketing in that sense? Yes, you're throwing Facebook ads, yes, you're throwing digital ads, Google ads, you're trying to get your market into product, but the market is quite saturated, so what would you do about that in that case? Yeah.
Great question. I would change what I'm doing. At some point, the truth is that you have to look at how much effort, how much return is there for your effort. If it's super saturated, you might think, maybe it isn't the vertical to be in. Maybe it's better that your team truly just looks, if you've got a great team, then maybe look for a different problem or a subset of that. Otherwise, what ends up happening, you'll end up, even with the best guerrilla marketing, you'll still end up in the same space because there are people who can drown you out with what you call paid media. Guerrilla marketing is where you're trying to earn the media yourself without having to spend too much. But yeah, that would be just a direct answer. If you've got a great team, maybe it's an opportunity to say, hey, guys, we've thrown ourselves at this thing. We're not breaking through because we're getting out-competed, outbidded, out-whatevered. But you're a great team, maybe you could pivot to the next thing. That would be my direct thought on that.
Okay, next question for our speakers. Yes, there's a hand here in front. Please go ahead, the mic is near you. And please say your name, just stand up, say your name, and the faculty you belong to, if you are a University of Nairobi student.
Yeah, so good morning everyone. So I'm Levina Oyuga from I do economics and sociology. So my question goes to Mr. Mbugua. Okay, so my question is, some of us, we are not in those, we don't have those innovation skills, but we could be having ideas. So what do you think is the best thing to identify a great team?
A great question. I think starting off, I'd say in this day and age, it's really difficult to find what I call solo founders or people who can, like I said, Mbogo and Sons, that you are the one who started it, you're the one who's running it, you're the one who's everything. We are at a time where different mindsets and skills are required to actually bring something, to make something successful. So if George codes, then it means that they actually need someone who understands psychology to maybe think through the marketing and to say what's going to be our hook because he can build it. If you're studying economics, is to say, you know what, guys, this thing doesn't work. I've tried to crunch all the numbers, I've tried to look at it from all the different perspectives, it doesn't work. So the ability to package that value is actually what is critical in this day and age. You don't have to be technical, or you don't have to be the person who's selling per se. There are very many different roles within any environment. I'm inclined to technology. So I mean, you'd think of product managers, software engineers, business people, salespeople. All of those skill sets are needed to drive a successful business. So never say, even teachers, you could have studied to become a teacher and you're saying, how can I possibly work for Unilever But the way a teacher communicates and tells a kid how to say A, B, C, D is the same way they can tell you, change your marketing spiel like this, so that that kid, the only thing they're singing to their mother is brand X of margarine. So never look down at anything you're studying as not being able to participate. But I'd say the important thing is to network more, because half the time, all the partners and co-founders I've had in my businesses have been people I have met in the course of knowledge acquisition and things like that. Actually, I don't think there are any that I've met in quote unquote my adult life. They've all been from high school through to campus. Because kuna jama fulani, he could sell you anything. That guy was never short of cash. I remember in school there used to be a guy who could buy you Ndazi Smoky, and you're wondering, why does this guy get his liquidity? And the guy just had the excellent gift of gab. He went, I think that those times used to get a brand of soap that boys used to think was more feminine, and he saw that as a thing. And he just created an entire business out of it. So never look down at anything that you're studying as not being able to add value into any business ecosystem. I think that was a fantastic question.
Let me add to that question, to the answer. For you to attract great teams, you need to be self-aware. You need to know who you are. What do you bring to the table? And what are you looking for? As a matter of fact, we actually use this as a major barometer to when we are deciding who to invest into. If you come to us and you say, we have a great idea, and then we talk a little bit about who you are, and we find out that you want to do everything, you want to control everything, you are not even sure what strength you bring to the business or to the invention, then that's a problem. And so you need to be self-aware, and also from there, you can identify what the opportunities are for anybody. Because again, going back to the model I showed you on the resourcing side, I can be able to say, I need this resource, I need that resource. Oh, then who do I know? Going back to what Bogwe just mentioned. But it starts with you, the founder or the inventor, being very self-aware what you bring to the table. Because most people actually, they may have a great idea, but they're not aware of who they are as a person, and therefore that makes it less attractive for others to join them.
So we still have an opportunity for 2 or more questions. I can see somebody has a mic. Please go ahead, and I can see another hand after that.
Hello.
At the back, yes.
My name is Otieno Richard, a faculty of engineering. And my question goes to, I suppose I came in later, so I guess it's Dr. Evans. Yes. When you're talking about financial and resource modeling, there was the question number 2, which was how will you measure the value? And so my question is, what are some of the metrics that you can use, or the general metrics that you can use to measure the value of maybe your product or something that you're developing? Thank you.
Thank you for a great question. There are many ways to measure value. But before you worry about what the value is, and we'll talk about the metrics within a second, you need to answer the question, what is the problem am I solving? So if I am solving hunger, for example, what is the value for that? Right? So you may not be able to put explicit value, but you may be able to get some referral of value. So you can look at a product that is comparative. So if you are selling potatoes, how much does it cost for you to produce potatoes, for example? So you need to first understand the problem. As far as the value itself, Mbogo gave an example of you can talk about costing. You may derive value from costing. You may be deriving value from the actual impact it's having. That is important, right? And so an example, if you're in software, let's assume you're in software that helps corporates in training, for example. It's a software as a service. Okay? In that case, the value may not be very explicit, but you may find comparative products that you can be able to derive value from. Okay? But if you don't have comparative products, then you can be able to come up with a baseline And that baseline may be based on referrals, it may be based on cost of production, it may be based on other elements that you need to think about. But it has to be explicit. Whatever you come up with, it must be explicit. I charge X, or you get Y, and therefore I should charge Y minus whatever. And so whatever it is, it has to be explicit. So the value, how you create value and derive value, it's not a very straight up question, but be aware of the problem you're solving, the impact it's having on the other end, and then you can do a value equation that says, based on the value I'm providing, cost of acquisition, all those different things that Bogo mentioned can come into factor. Key, again, understand the problem you're solving.
Yes,
I'll reference Safaricom and their annual reports here. And there is a part in the annual reports where they say, because we have over how many like M-Pesa agents? Like 400,000 M-Pesa agents. There's direct value that those businesses realize, but because we support a family, and there's maybe KNBS given structure, say the average Kenyan family is 3 people, you're able to extrapolate how much more value you give. It's the same thing that if I say, let me send you a shilling of airtime, like, but Mbogwa, it's a bob, it's a shilling. But if that was to make a call to your loved one to say, I love you because either it's Valentine's or something's happening, or because of COVID you're not able to see someone, do you see that how you should be able to then look at the value that you create? And like Doc said, it's not a straight up science. For some of these things, there are formulas that you can use to calculate it. If you're looking at, say, environmental impact of, say, moving to maybe cell towers using solar instead of diesel, there's a way you can calculate that additional value. But that's how you should be able to look at it from the different perspectives. And granted, in some cases, you might have to kind of like almost think through that yourself, where there are no exact formulas to say arrive at an absolute figure for the exact value prop that you're speaking of.
So I think we have, I can see 2 hands. This will be the last one. Go ahead, and then we can't hear you.
Hello. My name is Soita. I'm a postgraduate student here at the University of Nairobi, that is School of Business and Management Studies. I've been here for some time since you started, but I want to ask one question on local content. Now we had a speaker, that is Dr. Evans Baia, the first speaker and the speaker from Safaricom. I've listened to the whole discussion. There is an issue of local content. I know the professor who is facilitating, that is Professor Florence, is in the Intellectual Property Office for the University of Nairobi. I'm asking this question, it also touches on what she's doing, or what basically the university is doing. The local content issue needs to be explained when you are commercializing your idea. Most students or most innovators come up with what you call the prototypes. Now, you have seen many prototypes being produced in Kenya, like the one of Kenyatta University, the ventilator. Yesterday, somebody was talking about the electric mkokoteni. So if you look at these various cases, what is the local content issue? In most cases, people who come up with innovation simply pick one part from a certain manufacturer, then another part from a different manufacturer, and then they assemble them together. Yesterday, I moved around outside there. Then I found a product from the University of Nairobi, that is School of Agriculture. It's about wine. They are making wine from guavas and others. Why have we taken 50 years or more than 50 years to come up with this? Now we might be the first people even to make wine. Maybe in Kenya, maybe the University of Nairobi. So the local content issue still comes in. Now what they are making, is it something that is adopted from elsewhere or not? Because there is something called reverse engineering. They can still take samples, the foreign wines we are importing, and then they can do analysis in the lab. And they can come up with even a better product. So there is the issue of local content, which, for example, Professor Florence should be able to explain further on this, plus even the other speakers. Because what I've noticed in Kenya is that people goes on copying and pasting ideas.
Okay,
yes, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to just make a correction. My name is Professor Mary Kinoti. Yeah, and I hear you about intellectual property protection and commercialization, and your issues are well taken. And now I'll ask our panelists just to take it up.
Thanks for the question. I think my answer might be controversial, but I guess that kind of person. I think the first thing, I think we need to be proudly Kenyan and buy Kenyan, because I think that's where it starts. I think if I look at many of us are probably playing some kind of music in our cars or in our parties. It's been so exciting to see more African music being played. But the interesting thing, it's from Southern Africa, then there's the Bongo side, and West Africa. Not so much East Africa. And I was asking myself, why are we playing these? And being a student of music sometime, I realized actually there's a lot of, I wouldn't say it's the authenticity of the music that's coming from West Africa and Southern Africa and Bongo. It sounds different. But then you get an artist, and Chris is from West, he knows. You get an artist and you listen to this thing and you're like, this a local artist, you're like, this either sounds like another local artist, I think what you said, copy and paste, or it sounds like Jay-Z or Tupac. And I think the problem is, where are the Wandindis and Nyatitis in our music that we can actually produce something and be proud of it? If it's Mkokoteni that's been done here and it's been electrified, that's what we should be using. If it's our attire and outfits, more commonly than not, when I've been speaking overseas, I've been wearing shirts made in Kenya, and I go there, I don't dress, and everybody seems to like it, and people are like, where did you get this? So I think first it also starts with us, that are we willing to buy from us? And you see some of the most developed communities and societies, if you look at Israel, they're actually set up in a way that they buy from each other. And actually, the mechanic who fixes your car is getting legal services from you and the doctor down the road. And all of a sudden, they're creating some form of economy by buying from each other. I was in a conference a few years ago in banking, and President, what the president said was, they used to have a problem of crocodiles in some river. And he says the Africans hated the crocodiles. But he said some foreigners came in and realized these crocodiles, they can use their skin to make things. And so his definition of entrepreneurship was that it is the goggles through which you see opportunity. And I think we have to start to say, these are the things, and every speaker here is repeating it, that we also have to buy, and as we go around, and why Safaricom is also here, is I think we believe, and like Mbogo has quoted some of the numbers, that we need to invest in local, but build local. But I also look at myself. There are so many of the things that we use for our base stations and everything that are coming as imports. How can we get local manufacturing to create some of these things, and our CEO is pushing that if we're going to have an affordable phone, it has to be made here. But I think the mindset has to change, that things that are from Kenya are not lower quality or bad or not cool or hype. That actually the things we produce here, be it our music, be it our clothes, be it our food, are things that we can be proud of and even export to other parts of the continent. Sorry, I was controversial.
Okay, fantastic. I want just to give the last.
It's a bit dodgy. So, a quick plug. This hall has great acoustics. So I think you can hear me. So quick plug. These shoes are Kenyan. They're by an amazing company called Enda. So if you check them out, really fantastic shoes. These are things that people use in Eldoret. And I'm wearing them because, my father used to ask me, "Nyinyi hamwezi kukimbia?" Then I told him, I'm a different type of athlete. Now, to your question about local content, is one of my first slide actually said, ideas come from other ideas. And unless you're working on something that is moonshot, and by moonshot, we're talking about, can we make ourselves live like to the age of Methuselah? That is a moonshot idea that probably no one has thought about now or is grappling with. But most of our other ideas are, I look at something, I either add to it, or even more importantly, I remove from it. There are some things that have so many features. Namboi jacket kuna mfuko hapo, unaweza eka nini, but me I just want one that has 2 pockets. So give me one that has 2 pockets. It's not crazy innovative, but it is also not brand new. We need to distance ourselves from this thing of wanting something to be so unique, and we want to say that I'm the only one that had this idea. There's some guy, my taxi guy, told me that he had thought of the idea of being able to withdraw money, your M-Pesa, from an ATM. I said, oh, you thought of it? Also me, I thought of it. So when you have a brain fart, that thing is happening across the globe in many different conversations, someone is sitting in the bathroom somewhere and, sinaweza toa M-Pesa kutoka ATM. Hii ni yangu. But it has happened across the world for thousands of people. So ideas beget ideas. I got stuck, I wasted a few good months because I'm actually a patent holder. I hold a patent on a telematics device because I believed that, and when I tested the device, I could tell even when you do a lane change on the road. But my God, I said, before I finish with protecting this thing all the way to WIPO, let me just get out there and start building the primitive. That first thing, you remember when you talked about the MVP, what are people clamoring for now? Starting on that journey, and then I'll get to actualize and be able to close on every other value that my IP would be able to unlock for me. Thank you.
The last question. Kakiri has been holding that mic for a long time. The last one.
Thank you, Professor. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andrew Gakiria. I sit at the alumni office of the University of Nairobi. And I want to start by thanking our morning speakers, George, Dr. Baya, Mbogwa. I learned a lot from your sessions, and I look forward to continuing the engagement. I was able to follow your presentations online, so I want to thank the technical team as well for giving us a very good live stream. Mine is really a point of information to our students, those who are here and those who are following online, and also to our corporate partners. We have recently, as an association, expanded our membership categories to include students. Previously, we did not have a student membership category. So we have recently approved that, and I want to encourage you to visit our stand at the exhibition. Please sign up. And I know the question is, why should I become a member? What are the benefits? And I'll answer that in my second point of information. In partnership with the Alumni Relations Office at the Vice Chancellor's office, we are running a student coaching and mentorship program. And at our last call for application, we got over 600 applications, and this first cohort is currently going through a blended program, and it's a very interesting one. We are soon calling for another call for application, and I want to encourage you to apply. When you receive that email, please open it, register for that coaching and mentorship program, because a lot of opportunities exist, and I'm sure you have heard from the previous presenters. So thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you.
Please visit our stand and register in the association.
So thank you, fantastic. Let's appreciate our panelists. And before they leave, I would like to take one photo here with the panelists, with the FEC. Please sit here, we take one photo with you as I call Andrew to guide us to the next session.
Thank you. Please, Chris, you can join us on stage. So we are going to do a photo session. So we are coming to the exciting part of the Nairobi Innovation Week, where we are going to be doing the Eagle's Nest 2, where we'll be looking at the top ideas through the hackathon that has been running for a period of about 1.5 weeks. We have a students and also faculty category. So that is what is going to happen right after this photo shoot. And then we'll take the break later. So it's an exciting session. Let's see who walks away with the top prizes. So we'll have maybe just a very brief break as we assemble the hackers, but this is a session you don't want to miss.
So let's appreciate our panelists, our speakers as they leave the stage. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so we can have a quick refresher break. But at this point, I'd like to call one of the teams led by Teresa Nanjala Lubano to come and start setting up on stage. So Teresa and your team, are you around? Okay, if you need to display something, just leave your machine there. Okay, so the rest of the teams, you can come and start preparing from here.
That's why they will teach you from the stage. I'm supposed to be as Duncan come, he had promised me 5 minutes.
Okay, the rest of the team, please be on stage.
join them. I'm probably the only participant here.
Okay, Teresa and Tim, we'll give you the next 5 minutes to finish setting up.
Fantastic. You're one of the exhibitors. I'm also one of the exhibitors. I'm actually the one handling she was talking about that degree. Yes, yes. We've been doing research on all these. So there are 3 projects. The one I think she's referring to is the one for we're working on district transport, infrastructure. Actually, the first one's with Jim. Who's there?
Yes, yes, I do.
All right, good afternoon. So we are going to begin the judging session for Eagles Nest 2. And this is a students category. And the first team, so this is team 1, headed by Teresa Nanjala. Let's have the presentation. It's going to take 5 minutes from now. Then we'll have a Q&A from the judges. And then we'll proceed to team 2, headed by Valerie. So once you're ready, Teresa, we can start.
Excuse me, may I have a clicker? Oh, I just speak. Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'd like to begin my presentation. My name is Teresa Nanjala Lubano. I'm taking a master's in design at the University of Nairobi. And this is my pitch. The product that I'm about to pitch you is called the Grew Kit for Kids. A little introduction. Urbanization is transforming Africa, and I think it's evident in the built environment that we see. According to the World Bank report, it's an indicator report 2017, half the world lives in the urban city or urban area, and sub-Saharan Africa is, the rate is 4.1% in comparison to the global rate, which is 2.1. So the problem herein is this, that there's a lot of African children who are moving from the rural areas and moving into urban cities. And what that does is it denies them to connect and be in touch with nature. My proposal is to at least have a product. Please roll the presentation. Sorry about that. Our proposal is to actually cater for this child who's growing in an environment with limited space and needs a creative way of connecting with nature. And hence, our proposal is to engage primary school children to be responsible for greening the environment by nurturing a plant from seed to maturity and enjoy its benefits. There's a running joke about kids in the city. When they sit at the breakfast table, they're asked what Weetabix is made from, they draw a blank. They say it's from the supermarket. Milk, the same, they say it's from a carton. And therefore, our proposal is to design and create a grow kit, which you see in front of you. Kindly roll the slides. Continue rolling the slides. Continue. Yes, that is the grow kit. And it's designed and based on green design principles. Everything in the kit is biodegradable. The pot is biodegradable, it's made of terracotta clay. The wrapper is made out of recycled material, and the use of color is minimized. This product is actually available in 3 products. A prototype is already available, and what we have are seeds from short-term crops that kids would enjoy and love to grow. The next slide, please. The design, I've already talked about it, so I'll skip it because of time. I'd like to speak about the value proposition. This product underscores UN SDG Goal 3, 11, and 13 in that order. Good health and well-being for all at all ages. 2 is sustainable cities and communities. And 3 is climate action. Through Shop Nanjala, which is a brand that I founded, we would like to retail these products, these grow kits, with the aim of raising the next stewards of the environment. The grow kit will also have a little app embedded, and you will be able to snap a QR code on the product, where it will unlock a grow kit, a growth tracker. And with this tracker, the child is able to put their name and age and the date when they planted the seed, and the app will help them learn how to grow it as well as sustain it to maturity. The app will send alerts to the child on when they have to water. It will also send them alerts on what to look out for, such as pests, and also encourage them to use organic manure. It will also allow them to also enhance their sense of discovery by sharing video content to them about scientific education on the environment. And the next slide, please. I'd like to show you the wireframe of what I've developed. I'm happy to work with a developer on this. Next slide, all the way. Next slide, kindly, all the way. Yes, that is the app design. It's a simple design. Next slide, please. And the growth tracker is the next slides. Where is the opportunity? Next slide, please. The Grow Kit can be integrated in the CBC curricula. This is an education system in Kenya that has replaced the 844 education system. According to Statistica, the average enrollment number of children ages 5 to 7 in this country is 10.2 million children. Next slide, and the last slide, please. The impact. Next slide, please. This is my last slide. I'd like to share the numbers with you. If we were to actually create and design these products and integrate them into the CBC curricula, here is a hypothetical number of our market share. If we were to take 5% of this 10 million, that would be 500,000 children, multiply it by the cost of the product, which is 930, a cost that is inclusive of VAT. We are supposing that our gross revenue would be 465 million. With the 465 million, if we were to just deduct the expense of producing the product, an average cost of 530, which is, I know, a bit expensive, but we will intend to actually lower that cost. The total profit, the gross profit would be 200 million. I think in terms of an idea, we really are big on environmental sustainability, and that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, a hand for her. So we'll have Q&A from the judges if there are any clarification questions. Mic to the judges, please.
Okay. Okay. Can I just ask? Okay, I'll wait.
Apologies.
Yeah, thank you. I want to clarify. You say that this project can work with the CBC curriculum?
Yes, we would like to integrate it into the CBC curriculum.
But you also say that the problem is really about children's disconnectedness from nature.
Yes.
So which is which?
So it's
which do you see as your primary problem?
So it's
and then maybe sort of we don't spend so much time. The other question I may have is the app you're putting. I don't know. I didn't quite get the role of the app.
Okay.
Because I'm assuming these things are in the house with the child, little pots. Yes.
Thank you for your question. I'll answer the first question. Yes, there's a challenge. Kids are not connecting with nature in the sense that they are not able to. If you ask a child how long, for example, it takes for a maize seed to grow, or what exactly is an ingredient in one of the products that they consume on a day-to-day, they're unable to answer succinctly because they're not in touch with agriculture and farming. And therefore, the solution is to bring the product to them through this grow kit. Now, the connection comes in that they will be fully participating in practically growing a plant, which is this tomato, dania,
maybe
and sun.
Just for clarity on my question, are you trying to solve the problem of connected with nature or the problem of making CBC more effective?
That's a good question. I think my first intent would be to scale the product so that it impacts more children. So my preference would be to integrate it into CBC curriculum.
Okay, so
Thank you.
If you want to connect kids to nature, why would you put a phone in between them and nature? Why not simply just give them the pot and let them grow the plants and get in touch with nature? Why the phone? And then secondly, there's an assumption that all kids have smartphones, and that's not correct, which means that as you try to scale, by the time you get to maybe 100,000, you don't have enough kids who have smartphones.
Thank you for your question. I'll respond the reverse. I'll answer the second question. The app is just an addition to what is on the grow kit. On the underside of the wrapper is instructions of how to take care of the plant. So even if you don't have a phone, or B, you don't have a smartphone, you're able to grow the plant. The app is actually to enrich the information about that plant. It's able to allow you to, for example, like sunflower has a characteristic called heliotropism, which means that from bud stage, they face the sun as they grow. That is something they'll be able to learn through the app. To your first question, please repeat the first question, kindly.
I think it was just a comment that,
thank
why put a phone between the learner and nature. Yeah.
Okay, so I think I'll respond again. If you're looking at the urban city, the reality is every child is able to access a smartphone through their parents. Thank you.
I think we're done with the questions.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we can clap for her. Thanks. So as I call on to the next team, we'll give a few minutes for the judges to complete their scoring. So Valerie, are you around? Okay. Geoffrey, Muridi. Okay, Mohammed and Tim. Okay. Okay, so this is the second team, captained by Mohammed Otieno Onyango. So you have 5 minutes for the presentation, another 5 for the Q&A. There is one more judge. Yep.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Mohammed Onyango. I'm a medical student at the University of Nairobi. And today I present to you a project that's called Ure. Ure means water in a dialect of Spanish. Now, when the theme for this particular week was released, I felt a particular connection with the theme, which is transformation and impact in the society. And I do believe that with this project, we can transform the society and impact it greatly. Next slide, please. Now, this team is composed of 2 people. That's myself, who's a medical student, and my partner, who's a chemistry student. Next slide, please. All right, now, as we look at the magnitude of the problem, 80% of Kenya is dry. And in an urban area like in Nairobi itself, we experience excessive water shortages. Now, of the 50 million Kenyans that we have, 17 million Kenyans lack access to clean water. And those that have access to water, the water is mostly polluted. Next slide. So the solution basically to put this into context, and it's so that it's just not theoretical, because those statistics are from World Bank. We went to Kitengela personally, and we saw the situation on the ground, which was quite dire. To the extreme left, you can see this man ferrying jerry cans of water from up to 5 kilometers away, and it's quite dry, you can see from the vegetation surrounding it. In the very middle, you can see this jerry can that has water, and it's written, "Wash your hands." Now, this was at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, and from a medical perspective, water is very essential in terms of preventing the spread of coronavirus. Now, this was dry, and people needed to wash their hands in order to prevent the spread. The extreme right, you can see this lady giving her child water. She was quite thirsty, but she could not drink the water because the water was not sufficient. So you can see the situation at the individual level is quite dire. Next slide, please. Now, what solution we propose is a nanofiltration system. To the extreme left, that's the prototype that we have. And connected to this nanofiltration system is a borehole that is 1,000 feet deep. Now, most boreholes in Kitengela are between 300 to 400 feet deep, and these run dry because of climate change. Now, we propose the digging of a 1,000 feet borehole, which would not dry out throughout the entire year. Now, as part of the nanofiltration system, once the water is pumped out, it will be filtered through the sand filter. The UV radiation will kill the bacteria, the parasites. The micro and nanofilters will remove the excessive levels of fluoride. If you go to Kitengela, you'll find very many children with dental fluorosis. So these nanofilters remove those excessive levels of fluoride. Then chlorine is added to it so that it has a residual effect, so that it's still clean several days after. Now to the extreme right there, you can see an e-payment. So that's the creative bit we're putting in so that people get to accurately fetch water at 5 shillings per 20 liters. Next slide, please. Now the market opportunity, Kitengela is quite growing town, currently has around 154,000 people, and this number is still increasing. The surrounding institutions need water, and the water that's there is insufficient, so this is probably our target clients. Next slide, please. Now what we are proposing is this Creative Town Center. At the very center we have the nanofiltration system, and this nanofiltration system will provide water to the citizens at 4 times cheaper than what it normally retails at, and that will bring most of the revenue. We also have a talent center, learning center in order to foster community involvement in the project, and a laundry to increase the revenues. Next slide, please. In terms of value proposition, we are proposing a consistent supply of water that's affordable. Normally water retails at 20 Kenya shillings, but we're selling it at 5 Kenya shillings, which is 4 times cheaper. In terms of cleanliness, it's chlorinated, the excessive levels of fluoride are removed, and the bacteria and parasites are killed. So that's the value proposition we're bringing in. And as such, we'll create jobs and provide safe water through purification and distribution of the water. In terms of the impact per hour, this system is able to generate 40,000 liters of water. The system or the structure where it's kept will generate about 50 jobs for the residents of Kitengela. And as part of solving this climate change, because 80% of Kenya is dry as I started with, we will also plant trees so that we rehabilitate Kitengela and very many semi-arid areas in the country so that it's green. By this, we'll reduce the number of the percentage of illnesses in Kitengela by 50%, because most of the illnesses are water related. So if you provide sufficient amount of water, this percentage of the prevalence of diseases go down. As such, we will conserve the planet. In terms of costs and revenues, assessing the land, drilling the borehole and the machine will cost about 7 million Kenya shillings, which is, I agree, quite expensive. But for this, we will receive grants with a couple of organizations we're expecting to partner with us. But in terms of the operationalization costs, which cost about 635 Kenya shillings per month, these will be met through the water sales, the laundry that will institute, the cyber cafe, and the training. So at the end of the day, there'll be a profit that will be created to pump back into the business and also set up base in other semi-arid areas in the country, because our aim is to reduce this climate change in this country. Next slide. In terms of scalability, as I said initially, the costs are quite high, but as we go throughout probably in the next 2 years, we expect this cost to come down and the revenues will increase substantially. So the fixed costs are quite expensive, which we'll receive grants for. Next slide, please. In terms of where we are, we have already gone to the ground. We've visited Kitengela. We've seen the situation in Kitengela, assessed, interviewed people, and we've seen what exactly these people need. And we've proposed, through the research we've done and the modeling we've done, we proposed this nanofiltration system. And this nanofiltration system, as I said, purifies the water. It will sufficiently distribute the water through that the dispenser that I showed you. And now we're here seeking partners. We want to partner probably UNEP, UN Habitat, Safaricom, and Grandforce. Grandforce is very important. It's usually at the forefront in terms of water distribution. And once we've gathered a sufficient amount of money to assess the land, drill the borehole, and buy the machine, we'll be able to set base and provide sufficient amount of water in Kitengela in order to scale it up and transform this community, impacting about 100,000 Kenyans in Kitengela. Thank you very much. Help us save the planet. We need you.
Thank you. We can go to Judges Q&A.
Quick question. How do you plan to handle last mile supply? Because I'm figuring you're not using the pipes as laid out now. Is that your own bowsers, third-party bowsers? And if it's third-party bowsers, how do you then also make sure that you've got this amazing resource from the ground that you've taken care of? How do you handle last mile contamination?
All right. Now, as I said, in terms of contamination, the water at the very extreme end, if you follow the flow chart, there was the addition of chlorine. Now, scientifically, from a medical perspective as well, this chlorine keeps the water safe for 3 to around 4 days, which is the residual effect that it probably has. In terms of distribution, now that is part of our long-term goals, where we partner with the county government in order to ensure adequate distribution of water. But the very initial stages, I'll be very honest, we'll have a dispenser point, and the water will be ferried in these jerry cans with chlorine. So even then, it has some residual effect that still keeps it clean, preventing bacterial infections, parasitic infections, and so on and so forth.
Okay, I have 2 questions. One.
Yes, please.
Your project appears to have multiple goals. You want to solve a water problem, you want to have a nano filtration, which I'm not sure that the nano bit is your innovation, and you also want to have a cyber cafe, a town's creative center. So you need to be, can you clarify on exactly what is your real core objective?
All right. The core objective is the provision of water to this town in Kitengela. All right. And as we provide this water, the water needs to be clean enough. It needs to be safe for consumption. Now, if you visit areas around this very dry areas, you'll notice very many people have browning of the teeth, something called dental fluorosis. And this is because of the excessive levels of fluoride, which harms just the teeth and also the bones. So this nano filter, all right, provides the water, and it filters that excessive level of fluoride together with the bacteria and parasites, so that is removed. Now, this filter will be in our building, all right, and in that building, since it will be providing water for sale, it will also be, there will be a cyber cafe around a restaurant. Now, the reason as to why we've instituted these businesses around is to increase their revenues, because as I said initially, the capital costs are quite high. So in order to mitigate those costs, we'll also want to have some additional sources of income. But the main project is the water sales, from which we'll derive our revenue from.
So the other question is, will you like pipe the water? I think that's really the issue, is will you connect the water to the homes or what? Because Kitengela already, every home has a borehole, basically. I know the place. There's lots of boreholes, private ones. And I don't know whether yours will be just one more soaked up borehole, because it's a huge problem. So will your water be enough to like meet all the objectives? Because the volume also, because you're talking about greening the place. Are you getting land? You know, is it just for drinking?
All right, good.
Kitengela is a huge place with lots of boreholes, and they still a very dry place.
I understand.
Scope, basically, it's a question of scope.
All right, thank you very much. Now, to answer your question, I went to Kitengela personally, went to a couple of homesteads where the boreholes are, and from interviewing the locals, very many people say that these boreholes at some point run dry. And the other challenge with these boreholes is the water is they call it salty water, but technically it has very high levels of fluoride, which harms their teeth and their bones. So this borehole that we're instituting is one main borehole at the center of Kitengela. As I said, per hour, it's able to generate 40,000 liters of water. Now, in the initial bits, in the initial stages, we'll probably institute a couple of water points around Kitengela before we partner with the county government in order to distribute this water to the various homesteads. Because tapping into the main water lines will have to come with a bit of a collaboration and partnership with the government. But initially, we'll have a central one, which is sufficient to supply a third of the population in Kitengela within 24 hours, according to the statistics we have.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Can give him a hand clap. Okay, take 1 minute. Give Geoffrey Muridi, Team 3, is coming up next, and we'll allow him a minute for setup. Okay, Geoffrey, so you'll have 5 minutes once you're on stage, and then 5 minutes for questions and answers. Okay, and then Valerie, please come forward for the setup. Yep.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Geoffrey Mureithi Kiogora, and I'm a member of the University of Nairobi community. My training is in electrical engineering from my good professors just across the road at American Wing. So I'm here to present a solution to a problem that I experienced at some point during a small project that I had. So as you can see, it's a mobile application. Background. Kenya is a developing country, meaning most of her infrastructure is not yet set up or is currently being set up. Most families are setting up their first permanent houses as previous ones were traditional. This means a lot of construction is happening and there is an ever-growing market. However, brokers, contractors, and construction material suppliers have mastered the art of conning so much that it has led to prospective home builders shying away. So on this, I identified various challenges facing the construction industry as a whole in Kenya. So first off is we have untrustworthy contractors, and the next one is untrustworthy professionals and untrustworthy construction materials. What you can notice that in Kenya, we have had many challenges facing the construction industry. For example, you've seen some buildings collapsing, which has become quite an often phenomenon. So I'll repeat that. Currently, construction material supply industry is crowded by lots of brokers, dishonest suppliers. Brokers serve to unnecessarily increase the cost, and dishonest suppliers will reduce the size of vehicles to still on tonnage, supply under-quality products at same price as quality ones, and are not timely or reliable in their deliveries. So this problem has become so dire that it has received attention of some media houses, and this is just to quote a few of the attention that it has received. So what you can see is a lorry, which ideally it's supposed to ferry construction materials, but due to the dishonest nature of suppliers, construction material suppliers, you have someone deliberately alter the size of the vehicle so that they can steal on tonnage. So this is a mobile app set to address key issues facing the industry. The app will be used for conveniently purchasing construction materials, mainly those transported using trucks. So it's like Uber for construction materials. So the app will register drivers, vehicle owners on platform whose vehicles will be whose vehicle will be pre-inspected to ensure that no vehicle modification.
Recording in progress.
Intended to steal on tonnage. Customers willing to order for construction materials, sand or gravel, will be linked to the nearest available driver. The app will determine the price and estimate the arrival time. Customers can track their delivery in real time. So upon completion of transaction, the customer may rate the driver and leave a comment. This information will be used by the app to weed out the unreliable drivers, thus ensuring the system is reliable and efficient. Prospective customers will also use the reviews and ratings to select the driver or supplier of choice. This will create a cleanup that will ensure only trusted and reliable drivers are retained in the platform. So this is just a small demonstration of how the app works. The app is currently in development. I think it's about 80% done. So what happens here is that once you log into the app, you will have a prompt that will prompt you for the kind of construction material you want. Then you can select the construction material you want and the subcategory. So once you have your details, you can select the quantity, and then you choose the location, and then you can be able to track your product in real time. So the broader goal of Site Kubwa, as the name implies, is to be a one-stop shop for all construction needs, from finding reliable and trusted skilled manpower to purchasing all construction materials. So according to Kenya Construction Data Book Series, that is of 2020, the construction industry as it stands is estimated to be around in the upwards of 1.1 trillion Kenyan shillings by 2024. So this means that the construction industry is quite a big industry, and probably that can be seen by the government's deliberate attempt, or the government including it as one of the key area in its economic proposals. So the app will make its money from charging a commission of the total value of business. Thank you.
Thank you, Geoffrey. I would invite now the judges for question and answers. Who wants to go first?
I'd like you to just reiterate what the value prop is, because something like the construction industry is like a multi-headed dragon. So you need to choose the heads that you're going after, and I'm still trying to, you say the Uber for construction, but construction has so many issues. When you look at dealing with HR alone is an opportunity. Dealing with the supply of the trucks alone is an entire business. Dealing with the supply of quality product is a thing on its own. So I'm just keen to understand where exactly you're playing, or is it that entire field that you're trying to tackle?
Okay, thank you for the question. I'm a bit technical guy, so when it comes to presentation, you'll notice I'm not that good at making good presentations. But just to answer your question, if I can have the slides up. It's in my head. I can. So construction industry as it is in Kenya, there's a lot of problem in it. The whole of the construction industry. So from getting the right contractors to getting qualified professionals, and then to supply of construction materials. So like you've mentioned, it is a dragon with so many heads. So to start with, since I can't attack the whole dragon at once, it might eat me, I chose to focus on the area of supplying construction materials. And as a subset of that, I chose to focus on the construction materials that are supplied using lorries, because that one was the easiest for me. That was the easiest one for me to tackle, because there's a concept of Uber that has worked very well. Because like you can notice, in Kenya, Uber used to be a reserve for the rich, but now through technology, it is now almost everybody uses Uber, irrespective of your worth. So I chose to focus on the supply, because there is a tried and tested system that I've watched and it has worked. So I can borrow that and place it now on on supply of construction materials.
Okay, great. And on your business model, you said you're charging for the value of the product shipped.
Yes.
So if you're getting me sand, it wouldn't be, you're not charging me, per trip. You're saying the sand I've brought you is worth 2 million bob. Mm-hmm. I want X% of that. Is that the model you're going with?
Probably let me make that point, then you can tell me if I've answered. So as it is, let me paint the picture as it is on the ground right now. If you want to buy construction materials, for example, you have this house that you want to set up, and you want to buy sand and ballast for your project, you will have to walk to a yard where there's lots of drivers, then you select one lorry. So when you select that lorry, high chances are that you're not going to meet the driver of that lorry at the first walk-in. You're going to meet a broker who's going to tell you that this lorry is mine and it carries 18 tons of sand. So there's a lorry that I showed you there. So if it's filled with sand or gravel, you cannot be able to see the trough. It's already raised. So that guy is stealing from you and he's going to tell you he's selling you 18 tons. And then another thing, the price is also going to be inflated because we have a broker. So what the app is going to do, it's going to introduce a more efficient system. getting rid of the redundancies. So with the app, we've registered the driver, and us as the app administrators, we've ensured that that vehicle is of the standard size, the one that the manufacturer intended it to carry. So with all those unnecessary dead weights shed off, there's going to be some savings. So now if probably the actual price moves from 15,000 to say 10,000, that's a save. So if we ask for 1,000, it's not really much of an ask, because at least you've saved 4,000. I don't know if that point has come out well.
Yeah, maybe I can, thank you so much, Said Kubwa. I think my question was more around quality and customer experience, because when you're working between a physical and digital, and like a fully digital product, there are likely to be some quality issues. So perhaps even if you have the standard size truck, it still will not be filled to where it should be, because there's a physical person who is doing that. So that's my first question. But then my second one is on, what about how, in all this, how do you manage the customer experience? Like if there's a complaint, there's a query, where have you built that into your proposition?
Okay, during my introductory part, there's a part where I mentioned that we're going to rely heavily on the customer feedback. For the app, there's two apps. There's one for the consumer and there's one for the driver. So when you're a driver and you want to register your lorry on the platform, we will give you a contract form that you're going to sign in. So this will make us hold you accountable of anything that you're going to sell to the customer on our behalf. So that is one. So at the initial implementation of the app, we're going to recruit the first, say, 20 drivers free of charge. So that cost will be on us. Now moving from there, just like the Uber, Bolt do their stuff, we're going to charge, say, 100K for every lorry that you register on the platform. So this, we're going to use it as a guarantee that you're not going to break any of the laws in the written contracts. So among those laws is that once you've registered your lorry with us, you cannot modify it. So if your lorry was rated at 10 ton, please stick to 10 ton. The other one will be quality. If on the app you've posted that you're selling this grade of sand, kindly do deliver that, because if a customer comes to us and tells us that I bought this from your system and it's not what was delivered, we're going to kick you out of the system, and the money that you had with us, you're going to forfeit it. So we will still learn some other things during implementation, but at start, that is what we have in mind.
Yeah, mine is just really just on your understanding of the market, because lots of construction work is it's large scale, like there'll be a big contract for supply of the materials, and normally you deal with not with the truck drivers, but with the owners of the trucks or the transport companies. So how will you handle contracted supplies? Or does your app, or that later, that's like large scale contract supplies, say for 3 months, whereby, because that's what lots of constructions do.
Okay, thank you for your question. I have a small understanding of the construction market, and from my experience is where I came about this idea. Another thing, when I tried to understand now the whole construction market in Kenya, the figures were too big for me to comprehend. It is an enormous industry, and there's a lot of money out there to be made. So what I chose to do is, for starters, since I don't have the means of dealing with everyone in the industry, I just chose to focus with the small scale buyers, the ones who are buying 1 lorries, 2 lorries, 4 lorries. But with probably the right kind of resources, I can be able to now upscale to supply the contractors like the expressway and other big projects. But for starters, I'm choosing to think small but have the eyes on the big picture. Yeah.
How does end user verify the quality of what you're going to deliver. So I order sand.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be fine sand.
Yeah.
But all I'm on an app. Or, well, cement is in boxes is standard, but like the blocks, the ratio of sand to cement used to make the blocks. So many things are subjective in construction. So if I order, the other day there were fake iron rods, a building fell down, I don't know, in Huruma or something like that. How do I know the quality?
The quality of what has been delivered to you will be confirmed by a professional whom you will have hired. Like, for example, if you buy sand, it is bad, you have your fundi, the mason. He's the one who's going to tell you that this sand is not good. And that feedback that you will give us that sand is not good, we will use it to hold whoever supplied the sand to you accountable.
But the sand has already been delivered to my site.
Yeah, the sand will already have been delivered to your site. So probably what we can do as Site Kubwa, we can reimburse you and get another driver to supply you the right quality of sand. And that cost is going to be footed by the one who supplied you the wrong sand, because we have some amount that belongs to him that should cover for any misbehavior. So our key goal will be to make sure that you get what you ordered at all costs.
Okay, thank you, Geoffrey. I hope. Thank you. Clap for him. Valerie, you're next. Valerie and your team, please, you have 5 minutes. I hope the setup is ready. So you have 1 minute just for the setup, and then I'll prompt you to start. I should do it with the setup. Okay, once you're ready, you can start.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Valerie Okelo. I am a fourth-year student at the University of Nairobi Lower Kabete campus, taking accounting option. I'm here today to present to you a concept called I Breathe. I'm supposed to be here with my friend. She's called Precious Manyara. We were working with her in the same project, but she's not able to come here. So I'll tell us a brief story about how we came about this idea, I Breathe. Okay, thank you so much. So I Breathe, the year is 2013, 5th May, and I am leaving home to go to school. I leave my mother. She was not so okay, but she was ill. 1 month later, my grandmother comes to school, and I am told that you have to go home. Later on, I realized actually the event that I was going for was my mother's burial. And I get so worried, trying to wonder, my mom was not so sick. And within a span of 3 weeks, I'm going home for her burial. Later on, when I tried to investigate what happened, I was informed that my mom got ill. She went to the nearest hospital, which is called Rachonyo District Hospital. She was admitted for 3 days. Then she was referred to the next hospital called Matata Nursing Home, where she was told the doctor would attend to her. After that, the doctor never came, and she was referred to Russia in Kisumu. When she was referred to Russia, the doctors also said they were not able to handle her situation. And now she was brought back to Rachonyo, the very first place, where the doctor recommended that she be transferred to Kenyatta National Hospital. On the third day, the 3 days for her to be admitted at Kenyatta, she passed away waiting to be transferred. I have been thinking about the whole issue, And I realized that my mother's situation actually would have been controlled if there would have been a system where somebody can know that for this kind of illness, I can actually transfer somebody to this hospital with the full information and with the full details of this, of what actually was happening or what was needed. So this formed our basis for iBreathe. That's my story about iBreathe. So what are we trying to solve with the concept of iBreathe? iBreathe is just about I myself breathing, like the information you have can actually prevent you from going through circumstances or an event that can actually end to death, a premature death. So the problem you're solving here is delayed access to medical attention. Another problem is the overly centralized point of medical care. Delayed medical attention in the fact that, the way I have explained, somebody is sick, she's been referred to several hospitals before actually meeting the doctor or the hospital that has the capability and the capacity to handle the situation. The statistics show that in Kenya, the ratio of a doctor to a patient is 1 to 16,000. And the recommended ratio is 1 to 1,000 by WHO. The registered doctors in Kenya, as the numbers can see, and the number of the population in Kenya, of registered doctors in Kenya is around 12,000. So we tried to check the figures and the statistics, and this formed the basis of us coming with this solution. Our solution to the problem was we wanted to provide a real-time information on the availability of doctors and also tracking of hospital capacity to accommodate patients, e.g. beds. We also wanted to, our solution, the iBreathe, is also bringing a decentralized point of medical care through the iBreathe clinic. I'll explain. In a situation where somebody is sick and the sickness is not something that, it's something that can be handled within a short period of time, or the person, I'll give you an example. I am in your main campus, and then I fall sick. My friends would come and take me to KNH. I go to KNH, I find that there's a very long queue, and now I have to wait for about 2 hours to be attended. What if through our application, the iBreathe application, I can actually see that the situation I am suffering from, my friends don't have to go to KNH for me to be attended to, but I can see that Aga Khan, which is just 2 miles away or 2 kilometers away, is providing the same solution to my problem, and I'm able to get treated within the next 30 minutes. So that one will, it helps doctors to get real-time information. It also helps the patients and the relatives or friends of the patient to actually get real-time information about medical health care and capacity before they actually go to the place. We also had a concept that we're still working on about freelance employment of medics. We realized that the way the ratio is very short, 1 to 16,000, and we have a lot of doctors who are unemployed. We also have doctors that are employed, but they are actually overworked. So in iBreathe, situations like somebody going to the clinic to be treated through iBreathe clinic can actually be eliminated, where the way you would go to your system to book a doctor online, to book an Uber online, is the way you can actually go into our iBreathe app. You are able to see when the doctor is available for a specific operation or for a specific procedure, and you are able to book an appointment, visit the doctor, or the doctor can actually come to your place when you are not able to go to the same place, or maybe there's traffic, or you are not able to get a means to that very place. Our value proposition, our business model is about our business model. We provide about logistics, where the same aspect that operates Uber is the same aspect we want to bring on board to help ambulances, so that if somebody is sick, they can actually see the closest ambulance to take them to the hospital. Our revenue model is subscription by hospitals and health specialists. We want to eradicate a case where you go to Kenyatta National Hospital, and then maybe the doctor recommends that you go to Nairobi West Hospital. You go to that hospital, and then you find that the facility they recommended is not actually there, or it's already occupied by somebody. So this iBreathe application will be able to help the doctor. Before them referring you to a bed, before them referring you to a doctor, they know that the doctor is actually available for the same procedure. But this one will bring on board for a doctor or for her hospital to actually be able to know, to be able to know all these logistics that you are bringing. They have to subscribe to our platform, and that subscription will be our revenue model. The next one is share-based model for our potential partners. This one, we recommended MyDawa. We also recommended Mtiba by Safaricom. We also recommended Safaricom. How do they come in play? For Mtiba, they provide the insurance for health, for healthcare. If you are subscribing to our platform or to our application as a patient, you're able to subscribe to the insurance by Mtiba. So that now these two things goes together. And now we can liaise with the Safaricom that's offering Mtiba to actually bring on board our clients through the same, and then we share the proceeds from that. The next one is revenue from using the app or the USD code. In some areas, we may not be able to get internet, and somebody may not know, like the case for my mother. Maybe the area that we were in was not able, we don't have the internet connection. But I am able to use the, maybe a USD code to actually see which hospital is available for a procedure, and that through that, we are also able to get the revenue. Our value proposition is to eliminate physical clinics, which will be replaced by the iBreathe clinics that I've explained. We are also providing a traceability of medical history. If we realize that people in Lower Kabete, where I study, they prefer going to Aga Khan, and they also prefer going to Aga Khan on this very day, then you are able to trace this medical history about this guy, to be able to see on these days you'll be having such clients from this very place. Then the next one is reduced mortality rate caused by delayed access to medical care. 3 years ago, there was a meeting that was held in Eldoret, and one CEO got an attack during the meeting. And in that, when they were trying to reach him to the hospital, they go to a hospital that they believed was going to do a procedure about endoscopy, which they never did. So on trying to transfer this CEO to the next hospital, he died on the way. What if the system would have been there to actually show them, you don't have to go to this nearest hospital, but you can actually go to the hospital that's 1 mile away, where you will get instant treatment. So we also, our value proposition is to reduce the mortality rate caused by delayed access to medical attention. And then our potential partnerships, I mentioned the Mtiba, MyDawa, and Safaricom. I already explained Mtiba and Safaricom. For MyDawa, they provide medical medicines, and they provide medicines. So if you're a doctor and you've got a customer using our platform, or you are a patient and you've been treated by a doctor through our platform, this doctor is able to do a prescription to you, then submit it to MDAWA. MDAWA is able to do to look for you where you are through the system still, and deliver the medicine or the whatever the doctor recommended.
Valerie, you have 1 minute.
Place.
1 minute.
That's the end of my presentation, and that's the team.
So thank you, Valerie, for that awesome presentation. So I'll hand you over to the judges for quick questions. Who wants to go first?
So thank you so much for how you've pitched and bringing it home with your own story. I just wanted you to talk a bit more about the tech You kind of talked about it, that it's app-based and all, but just want to understand, are you, what you're doing in terms of like geolocation, artificial intelligence, maybe you could just touch on the tech part.
Thank you so much. We are going to include all of it, a majority of it is based on tech because it's about an application. At the moment, we are in the process of partnering with the guys from the tech to help us come up with the logistics about bringing on board all the stakeholders, bringing on board the partners, and then working something. If it can be an application, it can be a website, it can be just something that you just use your phone the way you would go and dial *544#, the same way that you can actually dial something and then you get help. So at the moment, we have not specified if it will be an app, but we prefer it to be an app where you can, the way you can always go and look for Uber. Almost everybody in Nairobi has an Uber app or Bolt app. The same way, this application, if we develop it to the fullest, it will be able to help each and every person. So for that one, we are still in the process of determining if it will be fully an app, a website, or just something for mobile application.
But I think the big thing I'm trying to get is because you have all these medical institutions and you're trying to break down the fact of, do you have a bed, maybe do you have oxygen, do you have all. So you have a ton of data that you need to be consistently collecting, aggregating, and then being able to present it. So I was just saying, have you reached the point of looking at that? Because I think the tech part of your proposition needs to be quite strong, especially when it comes to data.
Thank you so much. We understand data. We have actually been gathering information about data. The first one that we actually tried to look at is what Safaricom does with MTBA, where they have partnered with different institutions. You see, for this thing to work, it may really not work for each and every person. It may only work for those guys who see the value in it and actually incorporate it in their system. We may say that we want to, our market may be each and every person. I didn't actually figure it, bring on board the aspect about market, where we had the total addressable market. We had, I can give us, just in a second. In trying to configure our market, we had the market, the total addressable market, and then we have the total obtainable market, and then we have the serviceable addressable market. Where in the total addressable market, we had everybody coming on board. Everyone is interested about health. Everybody is interested in knowing what can make me to be healthy. If I am sick, if my child is sick, if my relative is sick, if my employee is sick, what can I do? So that's our total addressable market. Then total obtainable market is now, everybody is within the bracket of total addressable market. Then who is willing to come on board with us? And then those who are willing to come on board, who are actually willing to now take the real product to help them. So that brings us to the total serviceable addressable market. So this serviceable addressable market are the ones that are going to form the history of the data that you are going to use in developing either an app, an application, or a website, or just anything that would help us in that. So we are still in the process of trying to bring on board all the logistics containing that data. Thank you.
Okay, mine will be, okay, your project is very, very, I would say extremely, would be very good if it worked, huh? But really I'm wondering, who really is your primary user, or who will be interested to use it? I think I was just thinking, just think about this. Mm-hmm. The hospitals and the other people, they are probably already overloaded. The doctors are already overwhelmed. That's why the problem exists. So don't you think your customer or the one to subscribe would be actually the public? They are the ones who would actually be the ones to pay for using it. But it's your job as a company to gather all this data at a high cost and aggregate it, because the hospitals are already okay in terms of they already have enough people. So who is your primary customer really?
Thank you so much for that. Actually, our primary target customers, the way I have just explained about the total addressable market, is the public first. The public is our interest. The way I brought the situation, if there was something that the public could have known, that for me to be referred, for me to go to the nearest hospital.
Maybe just to ask you, who will be paying for the subscriptions?
Pardon?
Who will be paying for the subscriptions?
All right. Let me address that. Who will be paying for the subscription? Our first was the hospitals. Our main aim is to bring automation in hospitals. If we can give the hospitals a situation where they don't have to be accepting, like people don't have to be going to their hospitals and they're not able to accommodate the capacity. We understand during COVID, each and every person was looking for bed where they can actually get to have their patient on board. What if of a situation where I go to Mbagathi and it's full and I have to look for a bed physically? But now here, if I subscribe to this platform as a company or as a hospital, this hospital is able to actually, let's take this scenario. We have Mbagathi, we have KNH, we have Aga Khan. All of them have subscribed to this platform and they are paying daily subscriptions or monthly subscription or yearly subscription. Each and every day, I would go into the system. I try to see, can I get a bed at KNH? Of course, the system will tell me, no, there's no bed in KNH. I'll also go, can I get a bed at Mbagathi? Yes, there are 2 beds. These are the rates, and I can actually go there. So the hospitals first will pay for the subscription. The clinics can also pay for the subscription because most private entities, in as much as they provide the treatment what do they also do? Their main aim is to make money and to break even. So the hospitals will pay for the subscription. Yes. And then for members, the public, they may not pay for the subscription, yes, but they will be paying to it indirectly. If I go to the system and use it, there's a portion that will go to the owner of the system. Thank you.
Okay. As my colleague has said, if it works, it will be great. But this means that each hospital has to put the bed availability or doctor availability on your system every day. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you're going to enable the hospitals and clinics with a platform for them to put this information in?
I didn't get that.
You're going to enable the hospitals and clinics with a system.
Yes.
In order to put this information.
Yes.
Okay. And if they don't have the necessary infrastructure, what do you do?
So that's the challenge that we actually have to figure out. We'll only, before we bring you on board, we'll be able to ensure if all the information will be having real time. Our aim is to provide real time information so that I wake up this day and I am very sick and I am able to know if there's a bed. So if the hospital is not able to provide us with that information, then there is no value for them and there's no value for us. So what we'll consider first is, are they able to get into the system? Are they able to provide us with the real-time information? So that will be the basis for bringing them on board. And it also be an encouragement for hospitals to actually to be automated.
Okay. And if I go onto the system and I see there's a bed at Mbagathi, but I reach Mbagathi, the bed is not there, do I sue the hospital? Do I sue the platform?
That one is a legal matter. That's we have to. It can be cost shared. Think about it. You are going to.
The reason I ask that is because your raison d'être, the reason or purpose for doing this platform, is because of the experience you had where your mother went to a clinic but didn't get the right treatment or wasn't able to be seen.
Yes.
And so what you're trying to do is to prevent that. And so in order to prevent that, as you rightfully put it, there's got to be real-time information
Yes.
available. But if I'm told there's a bed and I go there, and because of going to Bagathi instead of going to Kenyatta, I lose time and I lose a life.
Let me give you a scenario. I want to go to Lower Kabete right now, and I order an Uber. And then before I start off my journey, okay, the Uber guy comes, and then I cancel the Uber. Normally, there's a cost that I'm supposed to pay for that because I have wasted this guy's time. So it will be the same case with us. If I order actually book a bed or book a procedure and I get to that place and I am not able to, the cost can be shared between us and the hospital, but not to the patient. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Valerie. Maybe give her a clap for that. Thank you. So I think we are going to the next stage.
Thank you so much.
There were two categories. There was the students category, and then there was the staff category. So the next stage, we have 4 innovators who are going to pitch to us again, similar to what the students have done. So I invite you, the judges, to pay attention. My colleague will be handling the staff category. Edna, karibu.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Pupils, are you hungry? Good afternoon. Okay, so like Jude has mentioned, we are going to staff category. Very interesting innovations around that space. And our first presenter will be Halima Dube. I hope I've not massacred your name. Dube. Yes, Halima. 1 minute for setup and then 5 minutes for presentation. So we'll try and keep time this time so that we allow guys go for lunch. Okay, so Halima, the judges are consolidating the first session's scores. So kindly allow them 5 minutes, and then now we can begin. Yeah, thank you.
Recording stopped.
Meeting happening right now. That's why we are not seeing people on stage. The judgment is taking place. We have just listened to very exciting speeches. So in 1 or 2 minutes, we'll be back here. We'll just be back here. So bear with us online. Do not go away. Thank you very much.
So good afternoon once again, and good afternoon to our online audience also. So second session, thank you for being patient with us, but innovation doesn't stop, and I hope you're getting inspired by the ideas that are being proposed here, and you can already see for the stakeholders who are being mentioned, you can see
Recording in progress.
how you can plug into the different ideas here. So we have Halima Dube. Halima, take it away. All the best.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Halima Dube, and I'll just start you off with some statistic. According to the Pan-Africa Medical Journal of 2021, there are 24 million modalities of radiography in Africa. I'll give you another statistic that I want you to let it sink. 95% of patients, when you go to the hospital, there's a high likelihood of you being requested to get an image of your body or any medical image that you need to submit to the doctors. I'm from the Department of Business Entrepreneurship, PhD, and today I'll present my project, PACS system. The full name of PACS is the Picture Archival Communication System. And you would be wondering what a PACS system is. So in simple words, I would say a PACS system replaces the traditional imaging system whereby a patient goes to the doctor and is printed out a radiography or a medical image and is able to submit it to another doctor. So with the PACS system, we eliminate that, and all this is digitized into a system, and it is shared through servers for the doctors to be able to view and to be able to show that. So that is what a PACS system is. As we can see, already we have 24 million units that requires radiography. That is the first thing. And the second thing, 95% of patients might be required to get this. However, we do not have a service provider, neither in Kenya, and also in Africa, we are also lagging behind. So as I stand up here today, I want to be able to be one of the first service providers of the PACS system in Kenya in hospitals. And as we can see, I have a great team behind me who have been able to do it in Iran, and we have in Iran, it is already working, and there are already 5,000 hospitals that they are already working with. So I want to bring this technology here in Kenya to be able to be the first service provider with a team of very able individuals who are able to provide it. And in terms of so when we look at it, we can see that there's a digital imaging, and instead of us, because you can ask, why the PACS system? We do understand when we're printing radiography and there's a film that is being produced, the film and the waste that is used is not digitized one. So there's a likelihood of it being lost, misdiagnosis, and also, despite that, there's also the waste that it provides. The film that is used to produce that particular radiography picture, it has lead, it has mercury, and other substances that are very, very harmful to the environment. So us being able to come up with a PACS system means we eliminate that and we're able to conserve the environment. And by conserving the environment, we're also able to ensure that there's that aspect of efficiency within the hospitals. And when you're looking at the PACS components, the acquisition of the device, and once the device is acquired, then you're able to take the image, and with the image, we can be able to share the details of the patient within the servers. And not just that, there are plugins that are different. You can be able to plug in different components. using the PAC system. There's the cancer detection, which is something that is, which is a menace that is it's a global menace that we're trying to fight. So you can be able to plug into the PAC system. And also all these details are shared within the servers so that you ensure that there's an integration of the information and it's passed to the doctor in a very simple manner. And the advantages, of course, we can see that there's the aspect of, in terms of cost, there's the aspect of fast access, environmental friendliness, as well as accessibility. And why we would say, you'd ask why the PAC system is not already in Kenya. As we speak, the PAC system is a bit costly in terms of the technology, and there are various companies that are offering this, and one of them is Siemens. And they're offering it to the Kenyan. It's really costly, and being costly, we as the team have been able to speak to Iranian hospitals who are already doing it at a large scale. So we want to bring it because, of course, when you're comparing the technologies, it's because of the low human labor, and that is why it's coming at a great cost. So that is why we're thinking of that. And there's also the aspect of business and technical customization to ensure that it also is able to be customized to be of benefit to the Kenyan market. And other than that, we can be able to ensure that at least we have a local, you can be able to get it for small hospitals, a chain of hospitals, whereby you can be able to share the details within the various hospitals. And also, you can be able to also view this through the many clinics in the event that you decide to do that. So those are the main features, and some of the features includes an integrated system, SMS, you can be able to do that. So issues of misdiagnosis, issues of having to go through the doctor and losing the imaging itself. So we minimize that. Again, when we look at the PAC system in terms of the fees, because as we speak, when you're looking at radiography, when you go to a hospital, the cost of radiography is between 3,000 to about 20,000 to 30,000. So that is very not affordable to the Kenyan community. And as we speak, when you're looking at the PAC system, because it's digitized, means that all these services from radiography, angiography, CT scan is from ranges between 100 shillings to 250 shillings. So that means it's accessible to the Kenyan, the local Kenyan mwananchi, and also it's beneficial also to the system because of its effectiveness as the doctors and also the healthcare system. And as well, in terms of the servers, you can be able to store all the images, which means that you can be able to later on look into and find out whether this particular image is still there, who diagnosed it, and how you can be able to get that history. So it's very effective. So what we are looking at in terms of healthcare facility, the patients, the hospitals, and also the government, it's something that is beneficial to all of them. And in terms of collaboration, as I stand here, I would like to be one of the first service provider for the PAC system together with my partners. And what I'm looking at is investors to be able to look into partnership. I'm also looking for healthcare facilities who we can be able to provide this service. And I'm also I'm looking for universities who we can do research with, and also government institutions to be able to learn and see how this, because with this, you can ensure that you can be able to learn how the radiography is, and you can be able to make other plugins, including cancer detection awareness machines. Thank you very much.
Give Halima a round of applause. So judges will allow questions. The mic is, Joshua, I think the mic is just there. Yeah.
Well done, Halima. That was good. Just one quick question. In terms of scalability, how do you address that? How can this be made scalable if you were to go live?
Thank you so much. At the moment, I think I'll show the technology is already available and it's ready for launching. It has already been used in Iran. Currently, with my team, already they're operating with 5,000 hospitals in Iran. So while we're starting here, it means that we're already capable. I think you can be able to show what we have. Mr. Tanui? Yes, so it's already, we already have the capacity and the capability to do it. So what we're going to do is first start with the Kenyan community, because at the moment there's no provider of this particular technology. And this technology is in the US and in Iran. So these two countries are the only two that we can be able to transfer the technology. So with Iran, why Iran is because of the human labor is a bit low in terms of cost. So we have to consider that to be able to ensure at least we do that transfer and be able to start. So when we're starting, we'll start with Kenyan hospitals, if we get partners, and as soon as we do that, we also are looking into East Africa and then the larger part of Africa. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So my name is Duncan.
Thank you.
So 2 questions for me. Okay. You're saying you'd replace the use of films
Yes.
in the hospitals, eh?
Yes.
Have you analyzed the impact to the doctor? Because I see the doctors use the film on a white background, white light, and there are things that they're able to see, probably that the naked eye couldn't see. Eh? Okay. So when you digitize this, is it going to have the same experience to the doctor, and have you looked at that space? Eh?
Okay, thank you so much, Dan. Well, yes, one of the capabilities of the PAC system is also to print when need be. So it does not totally eliminate. Yes, it eliminates if you can be able to see, but in a need-to-need instance, when you need to, then you can be able to print. However, the PAC system as well is very capable of being able to showcase everything that what the printout can be able to do. But in the event that you are still in need of the printout, then yes, you can be able to. It's just like you being able to have the hard and soft copy. It's encouraged for you to have the soft copy, but just because of the environmental friendliness. But then in the event you need a hard copy, then yes, you can be able to do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to understand your business clearly.
Okay.
I believe there already exist these machines for taking the images. One, maybe you can let us know whether the machines are digital ready, that they can just connect to your system without additional investment. Because I saw you putting zero investment. The second question I think is really about, you're saying you are the one charging a certain amount per film, I think per pass. So what I'm not clear on is, are you providing archival services or are you the one doing the imaging?
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Njihia. Well, in terms of the business model, first we've been able to do a research on the Kenyan market, and because sometimes this particular technology is very expensive and out of reach, then we have created a model where we can be able to do this installation free of charge, depending on how the healthcare facility requires. And how we can be able to generate revenue through this could be through per service fee. Because if you look at it, when you look at one radiography service or imaging service, it ranges between 2,000 to 30,000. But with this particular system, you're charged 100 shillings to about 300 shillings. So with that, it's cheap for the patient. It's also not as costly for the hospital, and with that we can share the revenue. So it depends on how the hospital wants. But what we at the moment, what we are encouraging is that free installation, whereby we can do a fee service model whereby each and everyone gets it. That way it can be able to penetrate to different areas who do not have that particular service. Yes, thank you. I hope I've answered your question.
Yes, although maybe I was wondering whether there's already installed machines in the country.
Not yet.
You want to digitize or something?
The machines are not yet in the country, but as soon as we start launching, then they will be brought to the country.
I meant existing radiology machines that do films, that you want to just get the data from them in digital form and store it.
Oh, yes, that can be enabled. That can be enabled. Thank you.
Any other questions, judges? Okay. Thank you so much, Halima.
Thank you too.
Round of applause, please. So our second candidate or exhibitor is Dr. Sylvia Opanga. Dr. Sylvia, welcome. So we'll allow 1 minute for setup as the judges put together the scores for Dr. Halima. A lot of effort being put in telemedicine. It looks like it's the new frontier. I think the deans and the dons here should be very proud. Even if you walk around the tents, most of whatever is being showcased is on telemedicine. So I think we are going to be pioneers in Africa on what digitization can do to the medical space. Are we ready? Okay. Okay. So as they set up, I don't know the young ones, if anyone has a comment. You've seen so far 5 ideas being showcased. Are you being inspired? Do any of you have an idea that you want to pitch here? The ones in school uniform, you're looking down. It's rare when you have an opportunity to pitch your idea to professors. So going once, raise your hand. Raise your hand. Are this idea speaking to you? Someone told us a story about how, what inspired the idea. So do you feel inspired? The young ones? Okay. Good vibes and inshallah. Yeah, they have come to learn. Don't think when I was in primary school I ever came to a university to hear such big things like parks and park system. Yeah. Okay, they're still setting up. So I think just to say that we had around 21 ideas that came from the university students, and the exhibitors from the university staff were around 25. That means 46 ideas that we've been able to maybe shortlist so far, which is quite exemplary, which is something that you should clap for yourselves. And as Safaricom, hi, my name is Edna from Safaricom. As Safaricom, we are very keen, or we are very passionate about innovation. Since the year 2020, we've had 9 hackathons. And this particular one will be the 10th one that we've done. So that is both externally and internally, because we want to bridge the gap. We want to bring on board partners, because we can't do it alone. We are not a medicine company, but when we hear ideas that are making changes in the medicine space, telemedicine, we talk about fintech, which was the last hackathon that we had, where we even brought in our partners, new frontiers in fintech like wealth management, when you talk about agriculture, and I'm really emphasizing on telemedicine because when we had our fintech hackathon, a lot of our guests spoke about the areas that are not penetrated enough, like education, like agriculture, like medicine, and it's so good and refreshing to see ideas in that space, because most of us maybe would be afraid to venture into such spaces, and those ones are the untapped markets. And as we get to listen in and hear the ideas, I think partners, stakeholders are able to see how they can plug in. So I believe, Dr. Opanga, you're ready?
Yes.
And Esther,
yes.
Take it away.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Sylvia Opanga from Department of Pharmacy, and this is Esther, a recent graduate from Department of Pharmacy. We would like to present our innovation, which was really spurred by the COVID-19 pandemic, when we realized that our patients were not attending clinics. So we came up with a virtual app to be able to have continuity of care for diabetic patients even when they were not available. So I will give the chance to Esther to present, and then both of us can take questions and answers. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. As you've heard, my name is Esther, a recent graduate from the Department of Pharmacy, and today we are going to present on a tool that we developed. It's an application to be able to have two facets, so that we are able to have a comprehensive way of managing our patients and also coming up with a customizable way to differentiate one patient to the other, and each patient has their own individual experience. So the tool mainly targets people who have critical illnesses, that is one, diabetes, hypertension, diseases that long-term, we used to call them long-term diseases, yeah? The ones that you'll be having them for quite some time. And the prototype we did was on diabetic patients, because we know very well diabetes it's a condition that predisposes someone to so many other diseases like high blood pressure, which is hypertension. You have maybe eye condition, you may be told your wound will heal very slowly, and things like those. So we discovered when we were doing our management that our patients, sometimes we don't have a holistic story of their cases when you're managing them, because maybe you'll find the file is lost, their records at home, they have not come with them to the hospital. So we are literally relying on their stories. But what if you can be able to monitor whatever is happening at home in our places, so that when we are seeing a patient, we are seeing a patient with all their stories, the conditions that they are having, the medications that they have been on, the ones that you've been able to change, the ones that are currently on, their lab work that they've done. For example, the diabetic patient, lab work like your liver function test, your kidney function test, your blood sugar levels, things like those. And also the patient can be able to tell us, doctor, today I felt this way. Is it normal? Is it not normal? And things like that. So that is just the general objective of what you are doing. So this is an example of an image of the tool that we developed. It's a tool that has already been validated. That is the gap that we experienced in our market, that we do not have tools that have been created for medical field and validated to be able to help us in our market and help us as medical health practitioners and people in the medical field to be able to bring our services to you. So that is the those are the components of the tool, where we have the patient history. That is, what is this person suffering from? What are the diseases this person is having? The medication history. What medicine are they using? Are they using mitishamba? Yes. What are these mitishambas? You might know, you might not know, but we in the medical field appreciate. There are some herbal medicines that are good for our patient. There are those that are not good for our patient, and even the ones that are good for our patient, you may find it is not good for a particular patient because they are on a certain kind of medicine. And also now the laboratory test, like I said, and something that is very strong in the pharmacy field, that we might not know as the general population, that is called the MTM, that is the medication therapy management. This is a field where pharmacists are able to look at your drugs as individual. Is it working for you? Do you have allergies for this? What can we do? What can't we do? And also now there's the second facet of the tool, the interactive aspect of the tool. Because if I may pose a general question here, I know you'll not answer because you're many, but you find whenever we have questions regarding medical health, our health, if you can't see a doctor, we go to the second doctor called Dr. Google. Yes, and we find Dr. Google is an AI. It's a programmable thing that we have fed information that can be able to tell you this from the research that was done in 2010 is about this and this. But Dr. Google can't tell you whatever you're suffering from, it is normal, it is okay for you to experience such kind of variation, because for your body, for the disease you're having, you are within the normal, in quotes, normal, because you get what I mean by normal, it will vary per patient. So with their dynamics, it is normal for you. So we are giving you a service as a patient or as a person who is having an illness. Can you be able to come to us? Can we have that conversation without the distance barrier? You are at home, your blood sugars have risen to 27. Definitely that is not normal. But to some patients or some of us, unless it hits us hard, it's not a disease, we are fine. But you'll go home, you're like, oh, in the morning it was 27, but I am walking. But really, are you fine? Yeah, so that's the second facet of the tool, ensuring that you are able to have care whenever you are at home. You can chat with your pharmacist, you can chat with your doctor, you can chat with your nurse. This is just an image of the tool. Okay, so this is a planned update of the, currently we are in the website site because website stage, because we couldn't just project it to an application before we complete all the updates that need to be done. So you find there's two main branches. You can log in into the site, either you are a medical practitioner or you are a patient. As a patient, you can only be able to see your own story. You can't be able to see patient X's story if you are patient Y. But if for us as the doctors, we want to have all the database of our patients before us, so that if you are planning for a clinic, we are able to know what this patient has from the other. So the doctor's side or the healthcare provider side will be totally different from, because then they are able to see the whole picture, like the way we have the current way of managing patients. Doctors can see all the files, but the patient can't see all the other people's files. And also, when you think about the fact that you've come to the hospital, there's a long line. Sometimes some of the patients we see for the clinic days, they don't really need to come to the hospital. They've been fine. So you come to the hospital and ambiwa na daktari, just continue the drugs that you're doing, you are fine. That is time loss, that is money loss for that patient. They could just be at home, you advise them, you know what, the clinic day was on this day, don't come, you are fine. Carry on with the medicine that you're doing, it's fine. If it's something that is alarming between the clinic periods, because for our most stable patients, you can give them a clinic period of up to 6 months. So within those 6 months, so much is happening in between that you may not capture as your healthcare providers. So in this time, once we are able to chat with you at home, we can tell you, you know what, it's time for you to, it's not your clinic day, but there's so much dynamics that are happening in your life. Please come to the hospital. We review the whole system and see what's happening. The last bridge that you're trying to capture, it's right now in our healthcare system, you find there's a bit of disconnect between a pharmacist, a medical doctor, and a nurse. In terms of, you've come to the hospital, you pass through the triage. The triad, the nurse takes your blood pressure, does those steps that you need to do before you see a doctor. You go to the consultation room, you see a doctor, then you move to the pharmacy. In between, those three people that you've met might have not communicated about your story. So every time you're going to a person, you're like a whole new individual, a whole new case to them. But now if they want to ask a pharmacist a question, atakwambia enda kwa pharmacy, carry this, I'll write a note, carry this to the pharmacist, and then bring it to me. That also is time wasted, it's money wasted, it's energy wasted. But to the tool, it's a matter of, I am the pharmacist, the doctor wants to consult something from me, it's a key away. Dr. Esther, this and this is happening. Which drug will you recommend for this patient? I will log into the patient information and know for this particular condition with the side effects that you have experienced, this patient requires that particular thing. So, yeah, in a nutshell, that's all about the tool, where we are able to meet you at home. We are able to have all your story when you are customizing your treatment, and we as healthcare providers are able to interact among ourselves to give you the best treatment that you deserve. Thank you.
So, just a final word. Chronic illnesses are difficult to manage, for example, diabetes. So we want to ensure continuity of care, even in between hospital visits. And even in between hospital visits, when there's an emergency to be flagged, we can always advise the patient. So we don't just see patients when they come to a facility, but we continue interacting with them throughout their treatment period. So thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies. Judges, questions?
Okay, I can go first. Thank you very much, Dr. and the student. This is great to have this kind of a partnership. Now, of course, the medical field has been one that, again, been targeted. I have three issues, questions. One is whether you have any revenue model. Is this for making money? And how will that be done? Number two, patient data privacy and confidentiality. What's your plan? Because this is very serious in that field. The third one is, to me it appears that this project or this idea has very low barriers to entry. Anyone else can easily start something similar. So how do you plan to, are you like providing a social service, or do you have a way of making sure that you are the only one or the primary one?
All right, I'll start with that. We've already copyrighted this. So we aim to be the primary providers. We have searched the system. Ours is unique because it brings an interface between patients, healthcare workers, and provides that interaction. On the financing model, so we envisage this to be a hospital or institution-based app where we can be able to negotiate with different hospitals to be able to acquire our tool, and then we can be able to get some revenue from that because we've actually spent quite a bit building this. Then the other thing is that as we move along being the only ones providing this service, it's very, very unique. We haven't seen anything like that. For patient confidentiality, we already have measures, and because we know that patient data is very important. And this is where we also propose that our systems are strengthened by collaboration with tech. For example, Safaricom, to be able to help us strengthen our systems. We are also getting a lot of advice from the NHS and how they store their data. So we are borrowing heavily from that, and we'll be able to fine-tune the aspects of patient confidentiality. I think Esther has something to add.
In terms of what you say, the revenue model, yeah? Apart from the tool being targeted to the hospitals, our patients are also going to have an application in their phone where they're going to be feeding us with the random blood sugars, fasting blood sugars, and the stories that they have on their side, yeah? So we are proposing that the application that you're going to have, it will come with a small revenue to ensure the running of the whole thing, yeah? To bar so that it's just, the people who need the tool, so we'll have a small revenue, about 100 to 200 shillings, so that you can be able to download the application, and now you are able to have that transition between you talking to your healthcare providers and things like those. Yes.
Questions?
Yes, so my name is Duncan. So two things for me. So for this solution, you'll really rely on accurate input of data. So what is the plan around that? Because the input of data can either be from the patient or from the hospitals. So do you have a way of collaborating with the hospitals? How will you get the data in and make sure that it's accurate? Then maybe for the second question, or rather more of a comment, if you look at the population we have, most of the people who have problem in terms of keeping records probably are outside the urban areas. The platform is digital, but what other channels can you provide to make sure that old mama in the village or the old mzee in the village also gets access to this?
So I'll answer the last question and Esther will answer the previous one. So actually, if you look at our patients who are suffering from chronic illness, when we validated this in Kenyatta, a lot of these patients are over 50 years old. So we came up with a plan. If somebody cannot be able to access a smartphone, some of them cannot even be able to use it, what do we do? So we have a dedicated person in the clinic who is able to actually call them, and they can be able to talk, and they can be able to record for them their histories and any concerns that they might come up with. So we'll be working very, very closely with those hospitals. And then the other thing, for those who don't have smartphones, but they have the usual phones like Amlika Mwizi, we can still use a USSD to be able to give them alerts and to communicate with them. Thank you.
To the first question you asked about who is going to feed the information to the system, yeah? So how we've done with the user interaction, which the first user, let's call them the patient, yeah? For the patient, we need data like fasting blood sugar, random, and their story. So those blood sugar levels, most of our diabetic patients have been having a notebook. Yeah, it's one of the requirements once you've been diagnosed to be diabetic, you are needed to do so that we are able to monitor your blood sugar. So then the only data we need from them is to take their blood sugar level, which they have been trained by the nurses to do. So it's a thing of just writing. It's a value. It's like 1.0 or 2.8, yeah? It's just a value that they'll be feeding. The rest of the information is not the patients who are going to do. Because the patients, you may find some of the drugs have very intricate names, very hard names, yeah? So that is the hospital that is going to do. They've been keeping the records. Now this one is a virtual record. So it's more of like a one click away from getting all the information. So once they do the lab work, it's the lab work, that is the kidney test, the liver test. It is a person who is in the lab who is going to key them for them those information, because they understand what they are doing and what they are going to key in. If it's the story of whatever disease they have been, in the hospital normally we have a records person. So it's going to be the other heavy burden. It's on the people who know what it's like the back end of this whole information of the history of the patient. Yeah, yeah.
Well done, Daktari. Just a final comment. How do you handle resistance to change when you're introducing the solution, probably among health professionals and probably even in the health systems?
So resistance to change, it's especially IT in medicine, it's something that's coming up, yeah? So we actually intend to train everybody that we are going to work with on the tool. We actually worked on this in Kenyatta National Hospital last year, and we validated it among healthcare workers, and people were very, very receptive. What they were telling us, it's actually improving our work. We have a lot more patient information. The tool is easy to use. So from our validation stage, when we carried it out last year, people were saying it's very important, it's helping, and it's also helping to track patients, because when the pandemic was at its peak, diabetic patients were avoiding hospital, because data shows that diabetic patients who concurrently had COVID were more likely to die than the general population. So this actually helped us to provide better care to patients who chose not to come to hospital. So we validated the tool. They showed a very high acceptability rates among the hospitals the healthcare workers in Kenyatta National Hospital. So we might not encounter a lot of resistance because we've already tested it.
Okay, thank you so much. This maybe just a comment. If this the information, is it available to all doctors in the particular hospital or healthcare facility I've visited, or it's available to all health practitioners? And the other thing that Doc was talking about, privacy. So if it's available to everyone, let's say for high-profile people like MPs, you don't want people to know you have an underlying condition. How then would you ensure that it doesn't leak out that maybe someone is suffering from something that, because we are talking about chronic long-term diseases, yeah.
So what's happening here, only dedicated staff for those patients can access their data. So we don't give it to everybody. We give it to only the carers of those patients to access the data. And in case there's someone new, we can train them. So we train specifically who is in this diabetic clinic. Yeah, so we don't avail information to everyone because of issues of patient confidentiality.
Thank you, ladies. A round of applause for the ladies. I've said a lot of doctors before names. I feel like I'm the least learned person in the room. So up next, we'll have Dr. Joseph Mwaneki, who will be talking to us about an innovation on robotics and automation. Quite interesting if you visited his tent. So, Dr. Joseph, karibu. So as Dr. Joseph sets up, another comment maybe is we saw a lot of work that has been done around crop and farming that spoke to me, because currently our brothers and sisters at the north are experiencing famine and drought, and a lot of the inventions that were being spoken about were things that would actually stop this perennial problem, so that not every year we are donating, we are helping out, or we are fundraising or crowdsourcing for that particular one. So maybe one of the people you should have invited here is the health minister, and maybe the planning minister, so that they can see the key things that you guys are doing. So kudos to that. Dr. Joseph, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. I can see a lot of my bosses here, so please forgive me. I would have taken a long list of saying my DVCs and everything. All protocols observed. My name is Dr. Joseph Mwaneki from the Department of Chemistry, which is located in the Faculty of Science and Technology, Chiromo. All right, so I'm just going to be a bit brief. I'm just going to give a brief overview of how I came up in this field of robotics and automation, and then there will be some two videos which were short, which were taken at the tent about an hour or 1.5 hours ago. Please pardon me that I do not have a presentation, but things will work out, yeah? Okay, good. So I'll just give a short overview of how I came up with the robotics and automation. Now, the year was 2017, and I was having this PhD student. We're looking at preliminary work on the biogas digesters. Most of the work which has been done on anaerobic digestion has been done whereby you can see the digesters are put under the ground, a very big digester, but sometimes it works and then it's left abandoned. Yeah. So we decided to try to work on an area which has never been done, and that is working on anaerobic digestion, or the biogas production at temperatures which are not which have not been done industrially in Kenya. That's 37 degrees called the mesophilic, and 55 degrees, that is the thermophilic. But what we came to realize is that under these conditions, the biogas production is a lot. But what is happening is that any change in the temperature or the pH, there is that shock disturbance to the bacteria which is producing the biogas. So you just have to, and then the thing is, if, for example, we're doing an experiment and then we're dealing with human beings. A student says, hey, I cannot be here on Saturday and Sunday. So what happens? The bacteria dies. Monday you have to start again. Are you understanding my situation? You start on Monday to Friday. The bacteria dies Saturday and Sunday. Monday you start again. No, just said no. Our PhD cannot be like this. I mean, the research cannot be like this. So you just have to say now, how can you ensure that even when the student is not there, there are things that are monitoring the digester is being stirred, the pH is being kept within various limits and the rest. You understand? So that's when I came to realize that there was a new type of controllers which have been developed around that time, which could control bigger equipment by just sending the signal which can be taken by this bigger equipment, and it can do the various things. So you can control the taps as they are opening, you can measure the temperature, the information can be logged, or it can even be sent to your phone via SMS and the rest. It just said, wow. So this is it, yeah. So we were able to apply to the NRF. We collaborated with the Kiambu and Nairobi County. They came up on board, and the research went on, and the student graduated last year. And the IPMO office can confirm that. Was it last year? I think it was the year 2020. We filed a patent on the automated biogas digester. So that's when we're able to see that you can use microcontrollers to be able to control various equipment. I was able to learn in 2017. I taught myself, yeah, but I had a background in computation. I was able to learn this language called C++, and also some of us. Okay, I can say that I'm not from the 844. I came from the 742. That system. So what happened was the fact that before the 844 system was developed, I was in a technical school, so I learned a lot of. Okay, in year 4, I specialized on electrical and electronics. That gives me the background now, yeah? I will not go into that one because of the short time, yeah? We are tired and think hopefully we'll break soon. So I think there's some two presentations which are going to be showing today. There's a robotic arm which I developed with locally available materials. What you're going to see is that if you're going to see, you've got an industry and you want to implement, especially like a robotic arm, you're going to see that this sector is governed by US, EU, and Japan, and the robotic arm costing tens of millions. It's not small money, and therefore there are very few industries that have tried to implement that. And then also, because of the COVID situation, you're going to see that there's that social distance. You may want to operate remotely. So this is what caused me to come up with this project. And there will be two things which are going to be showing, whereby you've got something like a column. In this case, you're thinking about like a column chromatography. I'm talking about, hopefully some of you have got some understanding of chemistry. So most of the people who are coming to my stand will just say, oh, we had our chemistry up to Form 2. Whatever level, you had some background in chemistry. So in this case, you've got a case whereby you've got a chemical which is being added, maybe in a small quantity, like in this case, maybe 2 or 3 mils, and it needs to be added in regular quantities. You understand? So it needs to be added in regular quantities to whatever it's in the flask, and then the normal way will be to use a syringe, yeah? But then there is that error. So in this case, we developed an automated system to which is going to be opening the tap to be delivering a certain quantity, and then it closes, and then you can go to the next. Yeah, you will see how it works in a video. Then the second thing is now where I came up with this robotic arm. Some people have built those have been able to buy those very tiny prototypes, which are maybe gotten from online shop. But in this case, I just said, let me come up with something which can address a serious situation in a chemistry laboratory. And that is, you're trying to add some things, especially new compounds, and they may be explosive, for example. You don't want to play risk with your life. Yeah? So I found a way of how to get locally available components and some computerized motors, and then the rest was my programming, software engineering, that which I've learned. We're able to program so that the instructions which I can give can be implemented accordingly. So this means that even if you are to try to make the physical whatever, you still need the software engineering aspect to be able to operate it. Yeah, they cannot be operated just by replicating it the way it is. Yeah. So I think my colleague here will just show the two videos, and then I think we'll take the questions and answers. Thank you very much.
Specific. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we have is a system or a specific solvent or a chemical dispenser. As you are aware, in a laboratory, somebody or a technologist may need to be dispensing a certain volume of a chemical, or it can be a solvent, repeatedly over a certain period of time. For example, you can be told there is a sample, you require to add maybe 3 mils, or maybe 3.2 mils, and maybe not 3.1, not 3.3. Yeah? The normal way will be somebody to use to take up a syringe and then try to say, hey, is it 3.1? And then inject. If you're dealing with something for about maybe 5 samples, that will be okay. But if you are told, hey, there's a commercial order and they require mixing of 1,300 samples, there is room for human error. So this thing does, let's say there is chemical, this is not the best chemical, and maybe you're trying to add an additive, and that additive has got to be added at a specific volume. Let's say, for example, if you're going to add too much, you're going to change the pH, yeah? Or maybe something else, maybe the chemical, the structure is going to change, so you need to add a specific formula. If you are to use something like an automated syringe there, when it's likely to be controlled, to go to the market, then you may need to contact the syringe manufacturers to include onto your product. But in this case, you are making use of a computerized system of which there may not be royalty. You understand? Like there's a controller which is open source, yeah? So I've fed the program onto the memory of the computer. Let me say it's not a computer, it's called a microcontroller. A computer loads the program which does what? Which ends up being compiled and then it ends up being loaded into the memory. But in a controller, what happens is that the compiling and the linking is done on the computer, and then what is loaded onto the memory is the executable, the zeros and the ones, the machine language. So that is what is actually fed into the memory, and then I've set certain delays on the period and also on the angle in which this thing turns. So it gives consistent amount of liquid that can be dispensed without any errors. Yeah, sure. I'm not aware of anything like this in the market. I'm not aware. Yeah, I'm not aware.
Okay, so that's the first one. Can cue in the second one, and then now we'll take questions.
So, ladies and gentlemen, here we have Ladies and gentlemen,
so as the video is up and as Dr. Joseph will take questions, maybe Dr. Duke can start preparing for your presentation. Okay. That will be the final presentation. Yeah. Okay. We're ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, before you is a robotic arm, which is made of the locally available materials, and it's meant to address a problem of handling explosive or chemicals which may have undetermined dangers in a way that's not going to harm the users. As I mentioned, it is made of locally available materials. You're going to see that the business of or the market or the manufacturers for the robotic arm are controlled by US, EU, and Japan, and the cost of each is about tens of millions. It's a bit expensive, and therefore you are less likely to see an industry in Kenya containing robotic arms. That is something which we are trying to get into, to ensure that a company can be able to ensure that one component moves in a specific manner to the next without worrying about how expensive the equipment is. What we want to say is that we've got the technology and we can be able to implement in Kenya. So I'm just going to show that this robotic arm, for example, it's got many degrees of freedom, but for simplicity, I'm just going to show like 2 or 3 degrees of freedom. You can be able to move ahead and the rest in case the sample which you are trying to address or hold is not within a distance. Or sometimes it can be this other side. You can be able to use, you can see those controls. But for things that may need to be held, I'm just trying to think of maybe not okay, like what? I will not. Maybe a water bottle may be a bit thick, but if I'm going to put my hand here, this may represent the thing which I'm going to actually hold. Yeah, it's this where the item is being held. You can see that it's being held and it can be transferred from one point to another one. Yeah, it can help you in a laboratory situation or in an industrial situation, but it is made of locally available materials. But there are things on this robotic arm which are important, like there are things called servo motors, yeah, which these are computerized motors. But even if you are to see this system, it still requires coding, yeah? So that even if you are to make these kind of things, it's not going to help you. There are some codings on the microcontrollers there which sends the specific signal. Yeah, so it requires controls, coding, software engineering to be able to do that. And I've got the script on that. I read the program on the
Yes, judges, questions?
Thank you, Dr. Joseph. Really inspiring. I'm really impressed by the biodigester conversation. I thought that's what you'd show here, but yeah. So I'm looking at this. How scalable is it? And when I look at it, it's more applicable in the manufacturing industry. So have you looked at how you can scale this out, and maybe do you have a plan around this?
What you're going to see is, if you're handling small things such as maybe like a bottle of water, then something like a DC motor. And by the way, I may use that word DC, AC. DC means direct current, AC means alternating current. The one which is available here is AC, that the one in the battery is DC. So 12 volt DC is normally sufficient. But for scalability, bigger equipment, then you may require something like AC servos. And if it is much bigger, then you may require hydraulic actuators. So it's what the client may require that may determine the equipment to be used. All what it means is that equipment able to respond to a signal from the controller, or you may need to interface another equipment. But currently, I think it should be easy to scale it up by using different motors, but at larger quantities, handling a lot of quantities, then the equipment that I'm using is not practical. It's used for smaller quantities. Like in this case, I was focusing on the chemistry laboratory, or what do you call, like a medical laboratories. The way it's handled are small, but we are open to challenge on bigger quantities. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Well done, Dr. Joseph. Quite interesting and exciting. I'm interested in terms of putting together the components. Do you have a team that is been handling, especially for the programming part? I'm looking at the automation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I did everything myself. I was just in everything which I was doing. I was being guided by the IPMO office, yeah, including even in the demonstration there, even in the amount of technical information to give. Yeah. So what I was told is that if you're going to have a lot of people who are involved in whatever in the various sections, it's going to be, especially when it's going to come to commercialization, their interest needs to be taken care of. So if there is a way in which you can be able to do it, and then during the process of now research and development, or maybe commercialization, then you can bring other factors, that's much better. In my case, I was privileged to have computing. I was in a technical school. I learned about all those kind of things, and there. So most of the things I was able to do myself, and even in the various fabrications, I was just able to tell maybe the fundi, maybe knock this one and this one, but not to make whatever. So nobody can say they participated in the construction of here. But most of the fabrication, I did it in my laboratory. As the chairman say, I've got a lab next to my office. It's a bit of a workshop, but I keep doing most of the work there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Doctor. It's very interesting to see these kind of initiatives. Especially from Africans.
Thank you.
I've not seen robotic arms locally made. So first I want to confirm whether you want us to concentrate on the biogas or which one? Which one do you want us to give attention to as an innovation?
Okay. Now the biogas automation is what led to, that's what led to this solving of this problem. The fact that you can have an experiment or an equipment run autonomously. What I'm saying is that, like in this case, the one which I presented there, like the robotic arm, the controls are just next. But I've got the technology to which you can be able to power, like either using a joystick or whatever, to which you can be able to, you can be at a distance, you can be able to really do that one. But the biogas laid the foundation for that. I was able to get that information.
So really the key is the robotic arm, is it?
Yes, robotic arm and automation of the laboratory experiments. That's my...
So what I'm trying to go to is that if you are to move these ideas forward, I believe you'll be offering some form of automation. Is it devices or services or technologies? So that we be clear what is it we are marketing, we are selling, and to who. Have you thought about that part of the process? Like who is your market, who will buy it, who needs it? How big is the market?
Okay. Currently, we are thinking about targeting universities and high schools. I don't know why students who are the students from high school are there. They have gone, but the thing is, want to see how, especially at the university in the laboratories, they can be able to let their experiments run unattended. If there can be like a spin-off from there, but my focus is on the universities and high schools. In fact, I may prefer. I would hope out of those ones I'll be going from place to place to be able to really show that you can actually automate whatever you're doing laboratory by hand and everything and the rest. Thank you.
Okay. Since there are no further questions from the judges, thank you so much, Dr. Ari.
Asante.
Round of applause, please. Good job. And now we'll have a final presentation for the that is Dr. Gekonge. Karibu sana.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I know it is lunch hour, and thank God I'm going to talk about food. So as we finish this, and allow me to, I don't know how we'll display this because I have actual products. And pardon me, when I was called for this, I didn't expect. Thank you for shortlisting us. I guess it's because of the work we have. I just talk about what I do and who we are. My name is Dr. Gekonge Duke. I'm a food scientist by profession. I've been in CAVS, College of Agriculture, for the last 10 years. And today, whether this goes through or not, I want to motivate students who are here that you can commercialize knowledge, and I'm going to show you how. So what is Parafoods? Parafoods came during my PhD studies. I worked on guavas, and from these guavas, I don't know how many of us know the guavas. Mapera, right? Mapera in Kenya, what do we associate it with? The birds and what? And the young children. And then they go put their stool somewhere, and then the trees continue growing. So the most unfortunate thing is that we are having 11 million metric tons of the fruit. And all this, 90% of this goes to waste. Like there's no industrial processing, number one. And then the consumption is problematic. You cannot consume so much guava. Why? Because of what? The seeds. They give you constipation. Now, once they give you constipation, there is the other very good part about the guavas. They are really nutritious, and even one of those fruits that was being projected for fighting COVID was the guava because of the high vitamin C content. It has up to 8 times, among the many other macro and micro minerals that it can provide the body. So during my studies, I was funded from Germany. I worked on one product, which was the guava juices that I characterized. And we found that unfortunately in Kenyan shops and supermarkets today, we have guava products. And do you know what is so unfortunate is that they import the pulp that is used to process these juices from South Africa, from Egypt, from India. And then we are wasting how many tons, I said? 11 million metric tons. It is estimated by HCDA that is worth 100 million Kenya shillings. But there is no tapping into that potential. Now, I came up with innovative products. One of it was the juices. And we found that the pulp was really good, that it can do so much others. And one of the best products, because I've patented about 8 from the guava fruit, was the wines. The one you see here today, okay? Oh, I think I was not loud enough. So the guava wine turned out to be so amazing, and it has an interesting story. It has taken a trajectory from the juice to the wines. We found that there's a big market, and the best part was that people are saying, you know, we don't have local guava, not local wines. Everywhere you go, what do you find? Imported wines. In Kenya, you'll find that we have about we consume about 7.6 million liters of wine, but all that we are promoting whose economy? The outside economy. So I've come up with the innovative solution to that. Besides, there's so many other products. I said the one because it has high customer reception and also high profit margins. We buy local guavas at 3 shillings a kilo. A liter of wine will go for 1,300 shillings. Can you see? From 3 shillings to 1,300. Isn't that business? I think that's what we want to hear. So from then, we worked on what? I came up with the other solution. We have the cactus, okay? Cactus wine, we use the same concept for the guava, and it is a problem in Laikipia, those areas where the arid areas. And one of the best things is that we were assessed by Milan University. We scored 70% among international wine testers for the first time after testing this wine. Isn't that a good story? So we already are in talks of exporting this. And from that, we have developed others, from the mango wine to actually the honey wine you heard of in Kitui. I did that, thanks to my PhD. Now, we came up with Perafoods during that because the products I was developing generated interest. People in Cavs were like, mbona tusikule hii kitu? And we started selling. Thanks to my chairman, he allowed me to do market testing so that we see, can we commercialize this? And it has turned out to take a trajectory. So we started a small model we developed. And then after my PhD studies, University of Nairobi, now Cavs have given me an incubation program there so that I complete this. We see this to the end. And today as we speak, you can see, those are the two products. I know you may not be able to see this. I call that Dukes. When you use Colgate, you're using the owner's name. So I did not find a very good name. I added DY. So now the Duke's wine is actually given us the Perafoods. And from Perafoods, we also do other products. One of it is also we have invested in tropical fruit juices. Like now the guava I was talking of, people want local solutions. Like the last session I was in, when I came in, we were talking of local. To be honest with you, people out here are willing to pay for the local, but sometimes the substandard goods that we find, we are trying to work on that, make better products. I think if you look at that packaging, we can compete the other out there, right? And we are as genuine as possible. I want to tell you about the adulteration story, but I'll just tell you, if you get this cheap wine, 750 to 1,000, can you try to avoid? There's something that food science do. So now, on top of that, during this incubation, we realized that if we can do now local fruit juices, I've done now the guava juice, whereby we use pulp as much as 30%. Go buy the juices you get from the shops. Look at the fruit pulp. You are getting about 10%. Do you know what that means? You are getting very little nutritional composition or components. So what they do is that they add thickeners, the starches, and also the sweeteners, which you don't want. So for us, we use as much as 30%. We have our own local mangoes, which we've worked with Professor Jane. We are using billions of shillings because our mangoes are going to waste, and Pera has tried to adopt a processing of the tropical fruits into juices. And we have now started another line, thanks to the incubation. This we call therapeutic foods. And we were fully incubated this last month in March. And 1 month down the line now, we are doing our operations from Cavs. To date, we've had successful stories. We realize that people are looking for healthy solutions, and it is the market I want to explore. The last presenters on health, I would like to work with you because we've developed a very powerful product, a food product that is able to regulate your sugar below 15, bring blood pressure to below 130, which is normal. And to just summarize, because I know it is a long story, the business part, our sales are starting to peak, because as I said, people are looking for local and innovative products, and we have tried to work on standardization as much as possible. We are able to see progression towards making 15,000 and above, and I like this exhibition. Yesterday we made 27,000 on our stand, okay? And thanks to M-Pesa Business App, like right now, when I looked my message last, it was at 22,000. The day is not yet over. Is it that good? So, for me, that is our short story. Pera is still young. It's just starting its course. I know what we've developed. Maybe I didn't say enough. I've done over 30 products, food products. So I'm really highly accomplished. I've patented like the guava utility model, that is about 8, and there's so many other products I've worked on. I want to encourage each and every one of us that we can develop our own local solutions. Thank you very much, and I will wish to take questions.
Thank you so much, Daktari. I should say Dukes with a Y. So, any questions, judges? Daktari, you have the mic. So.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I came to your stand and I tasted the mango juice. It was very nice.
Thank you.
My one question really, okay, your presentation is good, but I was expecting to see more of the story of
more of the story.
process.
Yeah, like I said, yeah.
In terms of your process towards commercialization.
Yeah.
So my question really would be, one is, are you planning to become a mass market product or a niche product? In terms of the amount of, who are you targeting? People who like specialized things? Because this is like an odd thing. I've never seen wine of guavas.
Yes.
And in Kenya, you find wine from South Africa. So in other words, who are you going to be trying to compete against?
Yeah.
And number two, I think you also have other products. So in terms of the way you've presented, I'm seeing three types of products.
Yes.
Are you like doing them all at once, or are you like, are some going, they're not the same in terms of business?
No, they're not the
How are
same.
you going to manage the different growth parts, markets and all that?
Yes, thank you. Just to respond to that, thank you very much. The target market because we have now, like I said, after picking out, we chose to select like 3 main ones that will do well. And I happen to be a bit curious practicing my profession, so I've always tried to develop different products here and there. So there are different product categories for different markets. And the most important thing I should note, or rather say, is that the target market is for the urban and peri-urban consumers in most cases, because if you take these processed products to the rural areas where these fruits grow, for example, the purchasing power is quite low. So for wine products, we want to make a unique brand that we can get local wines. If you go out there, maybe someone travels from Europe and just finds the same the same concept that it is our wines that we are finding here. So there is that niche. Already we are in talks with the major wine suppliers who really want these wines, because there are those wine tasting events. We want to target such. And not only that, we are trying to target household consumption for people who consume this type of product. When it comes to juices, because I said we are trying to make them as nutritious as possible, minimize use of substandard ingredients, make it like now when I say 30%, when you compare to what you get in the shops, which is 10, it means you're getting in more nutrients from the fruit component. So the target is for across age, all age groups, from the children all the way to the aged. Now, for the third line, the therapeutic foods, I've learned in the last 1 year, where I've been trying to work on some of the products that are on my stand, that people are really sick. So almost everyone has got an issue here and there, especially 30s and above. There are those developing conditions, like now the chronic illnesses, diabetes. Anyway, by 2050, actually, almost each and every household will have a major health issue. So the target is that we are trying to bring in a bit of healthy living. So that is targeted towards, across age group, all age groups. But all in all, we have different models. As I said, I didn't really get enough time. I didn't expect this, so I was caught off. And the time was really short. So what is there is that there are different models for each product line. That can be done in maybe another forum, but you can come, we talk in person as well. Thank you.
Congratulations, Daktari.
Thank you.
In Safaricom, there is what we call the wow factor. So what is the wow factor for your product, whether it's the wine or the juice?
Now, I think we are still evaluating all of them. At this point, I will not rather segregate, but I think, okay, I'm giving them all equal chances. I won't really say this is this. It's just like all of my children. You can't say this is a good one, this is the bad one. Yeah. It will just be dictated by the market dynamics. Thank you.
Okay, so maybe 2 questions for me.
Yes.
So the technology you're using to
Yes.
do this, is it imported technologies, or is it something that you developed during the research? And the other question is, when I look at the value chain, I think
Yes.
there's a big opportunity to empower, from the farmer
the
you
way.
as the middle person and the final consumer.
Yes.
So what are the plans around that? Because I see this as something that can be very big.
Yes.
And especially if you look at your inputs, the raw materials that you require,
Yes.
they're readily available. I think guavas grow everywhere in the country, not a specific region. So what is the plan around the value chain?
Yeah, thank you very much. To start with the value chain point is that, it has a very high potential to grow. Actually, if you go to areas where we buy the guavas, the farmers are really happy. It's a menace. And if you look at it all, it's an empowerment to the farmer, and then there's the production process, whereby I have youth, like the team you see there right now. Our shop is, wherever those I work with, they're all here. So it can create employment as well. And then for the consumer who will enjoy the nutritious products that we'll have, and also the healing properties that come with them. So the whole concept, like now with the guava, when I was processing, because to go to the first question, the thing that I've patented here is the process. The technology for processing this is already there, but then the process is what remains, to be. Because even getting the guava wine itself, there is a process for it. There's a technology for making wine, yes, but then there's the process. How do you go about it so that you get this? So that is what is protected. But then to say that where we are processing as of now, we are using very small scale equipment. We are at a micro enterprise, I would rather say that, because we are using our pilot plant at the College of Agriculture. So the plan is to see that if this really works as a business model, because we are still evaluating how this will go. We just started and have just given some figures. We want to see that by 6 months' time, 1 year's time, where will we be? Will we maintain, for example, the sales, and the issue of return customers? But I'm happy that it has been a progressive growth from 2019 when I was a PhD student, whereby I didn't give it full time. And I've opted to, take a bit of break from my postdoc so that I focus on seeing this grow. And then we have that, trickle-down effect. For example, my long-term goal is to see we plant seedless varieties, because you lose about 30% of the fruit through the seeds and the peels. But if you have the seedless one, you can get as much as 95% of this pulp. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Duke.
You should, sorry, kiddo. You should visit our stand. There are those guys there, they'll take you through what we have. And you'd also, testing is free.
Do you want a bottle of Duke's cactus wine? So I want to thank all our participants, all the 46 participants who shared their ideas, exhibited and came here, and the top 8 teams, both 4 from the students and 4 from staff that have come to showcase their ideas. Give it to, I don't want to say the wrong name, but I'll give it to Madam to take us to the next step. Thank you.
Asante sana. Can we clap for this great team, please? Yes. So all of you, us who have been pitching, we want you to come up here so that we can take a photo together. So for the sake of the young lady who was here, I'm Professor Jesang Hutchinson, the Associate Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation and Enterprise, and your host these 3 days. After the photo session, I'm inviting all of you for lunch, so we'll just pray for the food. Father, in Jesus' name, we ask that you'll bless the food that you have set before us. Let it to nourish our bodies. We thank you that you have kept us even up to this time with so much energy, and then bring us back for the final session. We thank you and we bless you in Jesus' name. So guess what? Our guest of honor is already here, guests of honor are here. So you take 45 minutes as we set up the stage for the grand finale, as we come to unveil who among those 4 of the 2 different, the hackathons, and now those who are innovating around our stands, which ones are the top 3. So I want you to do your judging. Let's compare notes. and then we will know who will take who for lunch, for dinner tonight. But otherwise, have a very quick lunch. Lunch is laid out for you on the 5th floor. And then for the judges and the other teams, we are on the VC's parlor. So thank you very much. Have a blessed lunch, and thank you for being patient. We don't take it for granted, and God bless you. So also the judges and the pictures, if you can come up quickly so we can take a group photo, and then the rest, plus my committee, be on standby for us to do the ceremony. So this is a place you don't want to miss. When you go to the 2022, you want to know what has happened. My colleague, where is Professor Kinoti, are you okay? So those people who pitched, please come up quickly, and then the rest, let's rush for lunch. 45 minutes, you should be back. So I'm giving you until 3:45. We are a little bit late, but I think you'll have a very good night. Unfortunately, our chancellor died, so a former chancellor, so tomorrow is a holiday. So we'll have a late night with you. Come back with your dancing shoes on. Thank you so much. I was trying to unveil our guest of honor, but now that you know, our Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic Affairs, Professor Julius Ogengo, is here, and we want to invite you up here to come and take the photo with the innovators. And I hope you have been motivated even as you watched this amazing pitching. Professor Julius Ogengo, come up, please. Thank you, and God bless you.
As we break for lunch, we'll be back for the award ceremony in 40-45 minutes. Thank you.
Kila mtu utasikika mpaka online. Lakini sauti ni voice. Kama ya hivyo. So what we do tunasema kinje for 10. Nika kucheza national presentation ni wapi? So utashare screen. Tunakuwa na hiyo sasa za optimize hizi na kuiza share screen sasa ndio kule. Sasa sometimes kenye najua una ndio tapa ndio fanya alafu kitu iko na loop nimetoa hii unaona hii vitu ndio ziko tu peke yake ni national anthem unaweza kama unataka university media imesema nataka university university anda matuple hata stupid najua juzi waliniambia mbili remember we have to some village kwa nimeambiwa yani bado naona university anda wanangoja for closing ceremony ini ya kufunga mwisho kabisa ama ni sahi wakiingia so closing ile inafaa tu inafaa kwa ya Kenya pekee yake
Our chief guest for the closing ceremony, Professor Julius Ogengo, our Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of academic affairs at the University of Nairobi. All our judges, all our innovators, all our supporters, we want to start the closing ceremony right now, and before we do that, we want to start with singing the national anthem, and then I will ask our pastor, Reverend Mitei, to come and pray for us. So if we can do that, if we can all stand up for the national anthem.
Recording in progress.
Let us pray. Lord God, our Father, the creator of heaven and earth, who loved us so much that has granted us an opportunity that we can come together as members of University of Nairobi to celebrate Nairobi Innovation Week 2022. Dear Lord, we ask at the beginning, as we began on Tuesday, that you will walk with us, that you will bless us, that you will grant us a humble time to share innovation together, and that you are going to do all this to honor you and to glorify you, the giver of knowledge, and that you would bless our time together. Lord, we thank you that we are coming to the closing ceremony, and we are looking back with gratitude at what you have done. As we begin this closing session, Lord, we ask for your blessings. Blessings upon University of Nairobi community, blessings upon our stakeholders, blessings upon those who participated in this all activity, and above all, that your name will be glorified in all the innovations that you've shared, that this knowledge will go a long way in helping us solve societal problems and to honor you as we serve you. So begin with us, and to the end of it we'll give thanks. It's a humble prayer of thanksgiving through Christ our Lord. Amen.
You may take your seats. And thank you very much, Reverend Mitei, for that wonderful prayer. Our chief guest and all those of us who are following us online and those who are here, when we started on the 26th of April, as a committee and as a university and partnering with Safaricom, we wanted to have innovations that would transform societies and to display those innovations that we have amongst us. We desire to contribute towards a very vibrant, productive, and sustainable innovation ecosystem through policy influence, showcasing innovations, research disseminations, capacity building and training, connecting startups and innovators to industry. We hoped that we would see strengthened industry-university linkages, We dreamt of mainstreaming innovations and entrepreneurship mindset into the higher education institutions, those of learning in Kenya and beyond. A different mindset, a different way of doing business, and seeing innovation as a way of life. We wanted to build networks of innovators, nationally and internationally. We wanted to create awareness on how we can take care of our intellectual inputs, outputs, and how to protect the same, how to commercialize, how to innovate, how to do a business. Chief guest, we started hoping that we would have about 40 innovators and exhibitors, and I'm happy to report to you that we are over 80 and counting. May I report to you that the attendance, although physically might have looked fair, but we have over 1648 as of yesterday. Today we have not added. We've had our 5 keynote speeches. We have had our 5 panel discussions. We have had 45 speakers. Some of the highlights that came very powerfully from our partner, Safaricom, is that we have had 5 master classes. And if you missed them, you have missed half of your life. We had got 20 hackathons, some of them who displayed their prowess in innovating. And today we are going to celebrate those top 3. The sponsors also increased. Initially we had 22, and by the time we finished, we had 24 sponsors that have made this Nairobi Innovation Week 2022 possible. We want to give a clap to all of them. And therefore, chief guests, as we have inquired, we have shared experiences, challenged one another, we are saying as we step out to our various lives tomorrow, on the 29th, we sense the heaviness of the responsibility that has been put on our shoulders, because we sense that there is a very strong move among the students. A desire is ripe for now. The industry is ready. Government is willing to look at the policy and the legal framework in which innovations are occurring. And therefore we feel that the recipe is ready for cooking. And so as we start this movement of innovators in Kenya and beyond, we are saying we are going home with tangible takeaways. I will leave that to those that we have made the center of our discussions this week, our students. Our engagements that are real and tangible. The mindset can never be the same. That is why we go to school. That is why we live in communities. We identify challenges and we look for solutions. We were told that you can have out of 3,000, only one will succeed. That sounded a little bit of a challenge for those who want the first idea to be the one, but we are reminded all great men and women around the world tried many times before they made it to be counted among the successful. So as a university, Deputy Vice Chancellor, we have a responsibility to relook at our curricula, both the internal policy and the external going forward. As I said, the industry academic linkages are ready to go, raring to go. We should be careful about the intellectual property protection for our great innovators. And I'm happy those who came said actually they have protected their innovations. And therefore, I would want to say as we come to this closing ceremony, one thing I want you to note is to ask whether there's something that will bring you back in 2023. Do you feel that there was a fire that had been lying dormant in your heart in your belly, and that you want to see whether we can come and do an accounting of what we have done with the 3 days of great exposures, both local and international? Do you feel that you can dare to dream because you have seen somebody else dream, come up with so many innovations, and you wonder, I thought I didn't have anything, but now I know within my little corner I can innovate. What will it take for us to have a mindset change? And so, as I mentioned, that the key stakeholder for this Nairobi Innovation Week were our students. We had great mentors here in the academia, we had the private sector, but now at this juncture, before we go too far, was there any experience that the students would want to share with us? Are we talking to ourselves, or is there something that they can tell us, going from here, this is what I learned, and this is what I'm taking home? Without further ado, I will ask the following students to come and give us their experiences and their takeaways. One who participated in the hackathon, and the joke around town was that the hackathon happened before. You remember when we started and there was somebody who hacked into our system and we thought the hackathon has just happened. Valerie Okello will come to tell us her experience as a hackathonian. The HALT Prize students, you saw them very helpful. What was your experience going forward and what's your take home? We will ask Moody Matoke. I think as I'm speaking, you should be running. You are the .coms. You are the digital natives. Some of us are digital migrants coming to the space like foreigners. One who participated as an innovator, Mohammed Onyango, if you can also run in that. And then finally, but not the least, our own University of Nairobi Student Association President, Her Excellency Melvin Thoko, will be the last to give us their experiences. So Valerie, where is the guy who was supposed to spray this mic? But I think we are innovative enough. I didn't speak too much, so you can come. So Valerie Okello, if you can start, and then Grace Kamau, Moody Matoke, in that order.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm actually excited to be here. My name is Valerie Okello, and I am from the School of Business, UON, Lower Kabete. This is not the first time I'm actually on this podium. 3 months ago, I was on the same podium, being awarded the first runners-up for the University of Nairobi in partnership with CNI Mental Health Challenge. And I am so happy to be here again for the same innovation. I am very passionate about innovation. I am very passionate about innovation, if I can repeat that. Throughout the week, I applied for the Nairobi Innovation Week. And earlier last week, I received an email that I have been selected to be part of the hackathon. It didn't really it didn't take me by surprise, but I was not so sure which idea I wrote because I had several ideas. So I go to my friend and tell my friend I've just been nominated to participate in this, but I don't know which idea I have actually presented. So we go back to the system or to the email we sent, and we realize we had presented this idea. We sit down with my friend for almost the whole night trying to fine-tune this idea. And we came here on Tuesday. We met the Safaricom team, and they took us through what was needful for us to make sure that we had the best pitch. It was the very first time we developed a pitch deck, because for the first time, for the other times, we have been using just our ideas. So throughout this challenge, or throughout this Nairobi Innovation Week, we have learned how we can pitch our ideas, how we can actually communicate these ideas to people, and that was just something that we really appreciate. We also got to meet people. We went through almost all the tents down there, and we were actually perplexed. One thing that stood for us is an innovation by a student, the guys who won the HALT Prize, and the HALT Prize And they were trying to explain how they could help the mama mbogas, the ladies who sell tomatoes. And at some time you can come and at the end of the day you have some tomatoes that you don't know what to do with them and they go bad. So these guys were coming up with an idea where they can help mama mboga to actually store their perishable goods at a fee. Let me tell you, throughout this Innovation Week, we have learned so many things and we have been challenged. We hope to go back to learn more, and we are grateful for this opportunity together with my friend, and thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Grace Kamau, and I'm the campus director for Halt Prize, University of Nairobi. I know a few of you are wondering what Halt Prize is, but we are a platform to enable students to crowdsource ideas and innovations to make their lives easier and to make Kenyan lives easier. Our challenge for this year was create 2,000 jobs by 2024, and I'm proud to say about 6 of our teams have managed to go to the Africa Regional Summit, which is such a great achievement. I think we're the highest number of the highest university with the highest number of students and innovations that have progressed to this level. This is to stand a chance of winning $1 million towards seed funding for their ideas. So mine is just to say thank you to all these volunteers. All these volunteers are courtesy of Halt Prize, and I'm so glad that we were able to collaborate and to be part of this experience. We hope that next year we shall be partners with the Nairobi Innovation Week and hopefully be able to provide much more. In closing, I'd just like to mention a few of our partners for this year and just to thank them on a global, let me say, national level. I'd first like to thank our first sponsor, which was Investera Africa, our second sponsor, that was Capital FM, and our third sponsor, which was Coca-Cola. I'd just like to clap for them, please. And I look forward to our next year of successes and bringing up student ideas. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Yeah, so it's been a great week for us, the University of Nairobi, to host the Nairobi Innovation Week. And so far I can say I have learned a lot, and a lot of ideas have come across. And most of them are solution-based. And then of highlight, they are in the agricultural sector, healthcare, and in the energy conservation. And then again, I would like to appreciate everyone that took part. I took part as a volunteer, and I can say that I've learned a lot, even on how to pitch those ideas and even on how to commercialize them and to add value to those ideas, because after all, you can't just have ideas without value. Yeah, so I want to appreciate the stakeholders that were involved. And then I can say that this has been like a LinkedIn for those who are involved, because somebody told me that it's like they will be having probable partnerships, opportunities came along their way, and they got to share their ideas, and it provided a very great platform. And I can say that my week has been resourceful and successful. And I want to thank the institution for having this opportunity to have it. And special regards to Safaricom, yeah, for partnering. And then again for the Halt Prize for giving me this opportunity to participate. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. The Deputy Vice Chancellor A&A, my Professor Julius Ogengo, the ABC RIE, and Professor Kinoti. As an innovator this year, I can confidently say that I have made very strong connections. The capacity building has been overwhelming. And I am a medical student at the University of Nairobi, and very many medical students think that innovation is confined towards certain courses. I'm here to testify that it is indeed possible for you to be in the medical field, whatever field it is, and participate in innovation. The amount of capacity building that has occurred, the connections I've made with both international and local organizations has been very overwhelming. It has inspired me to continue with this innovative process, and I intend on attending next year as well. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic Affairs, Deputy Vice Chancellor IRE, Professor Kinoti, our partners, our judges present, and the audience, good evening. I would like to thank each one of you for committing to this course till the end. I must say that I'm awed at the quality of students that we have. It only confirms to me that we still have the best. We get the best at the beginning and we still end up with the best. I'm happy that this came at this time of my term, because now it adds to my basket. It now adds to what I have to do to produce even the best. And I promise you that what you have seen here today, come another year, we'll see a triple of that, if not more than that. I am happy for the students who presented today. I am happy for the connections and the networking that you have made during this period. I hope that we can do this more, and I hope that next time we even get more sponsors. I hope that as a community we get to grow, that as a community we get to form more organizations or associations that, like the HALT Prize, to get more capacity from our students and to get more of what we want to do. I wish you guys all the best, and this is probably the last event of this semester. I hope that we go and make the best of our time and of ourselves. Thank you very much to the organizers, and I hope to network more even now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, students. That was amazing. I think you've summarized it until I'm actually wondering, oh, that was amazing. Deputy Vice Chancellor, at this juncture, I want to just indicate that what you are going to present today is a culmination of a very long process, where I think I mentioned during the opening that we had over 120 submissions, went through a vetting process, and we were able to bring in 48 innovators that we want to celebrate today. For the attendees, we are going to give everybody who attended, whether as a sponsor, as an innovator, a certificate of attendance. But for today, we just want to sample. We did a random sampling. So I will just as a token, just to have about 5 of us just to receive on behalf of all the innovators a certificate of participation and appreciation from the University of Nairobi and Safaricom. So when I call your name, kindly come for your certificate. You will come on my left. You will be given the certificate by the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic Affairs. You will exit on my right. And then just also, we will just get about 5 of you. So the first one is, you have just, I think almost the last one on the platform. Dr. Duke Kekonge was one of our innovators. If you can run up the stairs to get your certificate, that will be great. Can you clap for this young man? George Abong, if you can be making your way, if you are here. I haven't seen you, George Abong. I knew you had a very long function. So thank you very much, George, and I hope everybody can have a wine today. Go light your candle wherever you go. George Abong, I don't know whether you're here. If not, then we move to Dr. Peter Akuan. Great one, and we are celebrating you for your critical care ventilator. Critical care ventilator, very timely. A young man with a very brilliant mind. Dr. Akuan, has also doubled up as a committee member, but thank you very much and congratulations. Dr. Mwaniki, if you can make your way to the platform very quickly. I have been looking for Professor Mibe. If you can look for his certificate, I hadn't seen him before. Not now, because I hadn't seen you, so I was trying to get hold of you. But let us celebrate Dr. Mwaniki. Ever smiling man in the lab, affordable automation and robotics in the lab, fume hood. That's great, amazing. Dr. Sylvia Opanga with the health innovations. Where are you? Congratulations. Mercy, look for the one for Mibe, please. Okay. So Dr. Sylvia, wow, great. You should have come with your team member. You had a very good partnership. I was very impressed. Wow, I don't know whether you can still make it, but I thought that was very innovative way of doing it. But now, yes, Dr. Sylvia, you can take the certificate, and congratulations again. Continue to innovate and make those diaries work even for our mothers. Halima, Ursula, all the way. Funza Learning Management System, thank you very much. One of our innovators, like I mentioned, we have many more, but just as a token, because we are running out short of time. And then a professor who has been everything and still vibrant as if he was a 35-year-old young man. You remind me of somebody in the Bible. I'm just as young as and capable. Professor Richard Mibe. Those of you who saw about the dyes, that was great. So thank you very much. Natural dyes from plants, from weeds. Amazing technology. Like I said, I don't know whether you have retired, but I think you have just put on new tires. There is no retirement in academics. You okay? Asante sana. So at this juncture, I will request my the Deputy Vice Chancellor, you can sit for 1 minute as I turn over the mic to Andrew Masila to come and take us through the next session.
So good afternoon. So it's been a pleasure running this. As Safaricom, we ran the hackathon, and the hackathon was a process where we called for ideas about 1.5 weeks ago. Then we had our team actually running boot camps where we had master classes to train on pitching, presentation, and also the addition that will actually make that idea to be a viable innovation and possibly to go on and become a great product into the future. So before I call upon the winners, I think this is the fun part of this. I'm told the certificates for the hackers are going to be available from next week. So every person who participated in the hackathon is going to receive a certificate. So at this moment, I'd want my team. I'd want my team that is doing the checks to be ready on standby on stage. Okay, are you ready for this? Hackers, are you in the room? Are you in the room? And by the way, the top prize, you will see it. The top prize was actually put there. It's 50,000 Kenya shillings. The top prize. Okay, I'm told you're ready. So we'll have the checks. We'll have our chief guest to actually issue the checks. So starting from the students category, coming in at number 3, it's Valerie with the project I Breathe. And DJ, if you can have some music, I think now this is the fun part of this. Okay, so Valerie and team get to walk away with 20,000 Kenya shillings. Doing a hand clap. Well done, well done. Keep hacking, keep hacking. So thank you. We still have 3 more. So who's going to be number 1? Well, at number 2 is Geoffrey with the project URE. Hand clap for Geoffrey. Okay, I think, is Geoffrey in the room? Okay. Okay, so for number 1, my crew, are you ready? My lights crew, are we ready? Okay. Okay, number 1. Are you ready for number 1? Coming in at number 1 is Teresa for team I Grow. That is 50,000 Kenya shillings for you. Okay. We had the second category of staff. So that was the category for students. So for staff, coming in at number 3 is Dr. Joseph doing the drones project. He gets to walk away with 20,000 Kenya shillings as well. Okay, he just received a certificate. Is he around? Yes, it's you. Yes. At times it can be confusing when someone gives you money on a random afternoon. A hand clap for Dr. Joseph. Okay, coming in at number 2. Thank you, a hand clap for him. Coming in at number 2 is the wine master, Pura Foods, Dr. Gikonge. And he walks away with 30,000 Kenya shillings. So we have two more. Who is it going to be? Who can take a guess? I think for the judges, please don't guess. You're not allowed. Anyway, coming in at number one is Dr. Sylvia, Health Monitor. So we need Okay, so I'll ask the winner to please stay there. I'll call the winner for the students, IGRO, to come back on stage. We need to take a photo of all the winners. Yeah. And there's a small ceremony for the top winners. Yeah. Okay. So, my team, once you're ready, let's go. Thank you. We celebrate our winners. Let's keep hacking. Apart from the prize money we are giving, I think there's a real impact to transform the society, and innovation is about solving problems. So at this point, I'd like to call upon our chief guest, the DVC AA. Yep.
We just got another offer here from a man called Stephen from KE Nick. He manages domains, and he has said he wants to give in kind 20 winners free.ke domains, free for a period of 1 year.
Wow, that is amazing. Any more offers for the winners? Okay. At this moment, I'd like to call upon our chief guest, the DVCAA, to come and give closing remarks. Karibu. So I'll be back on stage, and I think I'll make some comments on behalf of the organizing team and also on behalf of the chief sponsor, who's been Safaricom. I think it's been an exciting almost 1 month. Has it been 1 month? It has been an exciting 1 month working with the university in a collaborative way. And at Safaricom, our purpose is really to transform lives. And we do this in many ways through services like M-Pesa, data, and most critically now we are looking to digitally transform the Kenyan society. One of the key things we aim to bring about is a quadruple helix orchestration that brings about academia, government, the community, and industry. And what you've seen at Nairobi Innovation Week is Safaricom bringing this to life and also inviting other corporates, the rest of the industry, to join us in this noble mission of digitizing Kenya. Our vision remains to be a purpose-led technology company, and we're focusing on open innovation to build with the community that includes academia and the university, using an outside-in approach to innovation, which means building with the community products that could impact the society. At this particular Innovation Week, we've been focusing on digital skills and innovation. If you've had a chance to go to our booth, what we are actually exhibiting are ways to get into Safaricom, ways to get into the digital society through digital skills. And we have 9 priority areas. In Kenya, we have over 50,000 graduates every year. 29% are doing technical and degree courses. Yet, in companies, we still face a shortage. As Safaricom, we are here in this event to actually bridge that divide and ensure that University of Nairobi is at the forefront of driving digital transformation. And not only University of Nairobi, the whole of Kenya. We're looking forward towards a great collaboration with the university. This is just what the start. We're seeking to do much, much more. Come next year, there will be greater, bigger, and better. Thank you for this opportunity. God bless you, God bless Kenya. Let's go forth and innovate. Thank you.
At this juncture, allow me, before the chief guest comes, the theater of the absurd. Where are you? You gave us an amazing presentation on Tuesday. How can we forget about you? We want to know whether the mother and the father were able to talk to the son, or is there now a celebration of a marriage or something? We don't know. Tell us something.
Good evening. We are the Theatre of the Absurd. My name is John Kotora.
I'm Teddy Odira. I'm from Ringa Boys.
So I hope you will follow up on the piece.
Today, armed with sour saliva so sweet, on you I come to spit today. Choked with spiteful saliva so full of salty saline, I come to spit, I come to hit, I come to emit, I come to fix these things that makes me and you sick. So let me spit.
One of the, if not the greatest Kenyan poets once said that the term youth in my country is used by politicians who want to pretend they care. He also said his boys are dying and said, freedom don't come for free. 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 Freedom don't come for free.
Let me spit on those investors who didn't get a chance to see Jesse Watanga, the man who changes bottles into powder. Let me spit on those who didn't get a chance to see the smart farms, the mango juice extractors, those who change human hair into fertilizers. These are the boys Mufasa was talking about, but
you won't know of them because you don't care about them, you didn't look for them. Probably if it were not for this, you'd never know about them. You don't read his poems, you don't watch his video, maybe you don't even know that he exists because you prefer American, right? The West and the East, China, because you think that their goods are the best, forgetting that East or West, home is best. I still wear slippers made in China, drink tea using a mug made in Indonesia, my tie is British, my suit is Turkish. I wish I had Italian shoes on, because I think that they're the best. I know little about butter because it's not marketed to me. We don't market our own innovations. Our innovators have their innovations in their living rooms. But it's also partly owed to us, because despite all these innovations and innovators, in electing our leaders is where we draw the line.
Boy, let's talk politics, but don't talk about the politician from my tribe, because he might be a thief, but he is our thief. That is not disrespect, it's the truth. We can't talk freedom if we can't talk about the space that we are in. We can't talk about that if you can't kill the stereotypes.
I was seated with Jambi under a canopy talking about these wannabe rich people we call heroes on the ballot boxes. See, foxes are sly, oxens are strong, pigeons are shy. We're the pigeons, the crimes are oceans wide, but we still lack the oxens to spear the foxes. See, that's why upon a time, Leicester ilipita katikati yao ikanywa title. Manu still remains hopeless. See, these guys have an arsenal of tricks in this Man City. Man, we're getting tricked with money. They're stealing shillings while our ceiling is about to meet the floor. Floor is becoming more expensive. That eating ugali is a blessing. As they watch the clock, they come to a good time to lie to their flock with their empty talk at what increase job opportunities. Man, we need to tell them stop.
Let me spit on the rotten social fabric who claim to make a cloth of clean society. Let me spit on them, let me spit on us, let me spit, let me hit, let me admit, let me fix these things that makes me and you sick. So before we run out of saliva, let me spit with my lines, let me spit with my rhymes, let me spit with this poem to make the point home. Let us sit.
Before we sit, let's speak corruption. Corruption started when my mom chose the prettiest chapatis for my dad. Corruption started when kids used to pay 5 shillings to have their names taken out of the noisemakers list. Corruption started when teachers gave students and pupils more Kenya so that they may fulfill their dreams. Corruption started when we failed to elect the right leaders. Corruption started when the teachers organized Science Congress only to steal their ideas. And corruption will continue when we don't stand up and talk about this, lest our innovation and innovators go to waste. See, there are predators who pray and pray very hard that these ideas rise up, and once they surface, they are stolen. But then how can we protect our innovators, our innovations and innovators, our IT guys, when they don't know their IP rights? See, freedom don't come for free. 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 Thank you.
I was trying to sing freedom does not come for free. They have done the spitting by the Deputy Vice Chancellor. They have challenged us on many aspects. So the story continues. So it's now my honor, my privilege to invite the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs, Professor Julius Ogengo, to give his closing remarks and to declare the Nairobi Innovation Week closed for the moment. Thank you. Can you clap for him, please? He gave his motivation.
Asante sana. Our chief sponsor, Safaricom, the Associate Vice Chancellor, and your team who I see here, the leadership of the Student Association, and I see Melvin Dogo here, everybody, the innovators, the exhibitors, the organizers, the Senate, and I see Yako Diambo and his colleagues here, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I bring you a very warm regards from the Vice Chancellor, who is attending to another equally important international assignment, and he asked me to bring his apologies and greetings to all of you, to tell you that he feels very warm about what has gone on over the last 3 days. Now that you have accepted his apology, his very warm regards, I will now make some comments of my own. I started this morning at about 7 o'clock with a young doctor. She spoke to me for about 10 minutes, and I spoke to her for 2 minutes, and I put down my mask. And I said, my name is Julius Ogengo, I am Professor of Human Anatomy. And she stood up and took a very deep breath and apologized. And when I asked her why, she said, oh gee, I was expecting a real patriarch. And I became shy. But distinguished colleagues, I will get back to that later. This has been a very delightful week. You noticed that when one tall gentleman walked towards me on stage, I stooped a little lower. Professor Richard Mibey, I acknowledge your presence, sir. That is Emeritus Professor Richard Mibey. The University of Nairobi and this country doesn't have many of them. He is one of those very few. Emeritus professor, people who have served as professors and reached retirement, but who still have energy and tangible contributions to make to the university and to nation building and the global community. And I started there because it's very delighting to see a community vibrate with youth. Mohammed, we call you Moha. Can you stand? We just stay standing for a few moments. And Moha, as we call him. Moha was one of my students. He is like Sylvia Opanga. In the middle of COVID, and I was championing online teaching and learning. And Safaricom, thank you for this campaign. I call it a campaign and movement to strengthen digital function. We call it in those broad strokes. And the people in the Faculty of Health Sciences were reluctant to go to online teaching and learning. And they flatly said, our trade cannot be done like that. And I said, excuse me, but I'm one of you. I will demonstrate it can be done. And I took a class, and the leader of that class was Mohammed. And we demonstrated the demonstration class for online teaching and learning and examinations successfully, and everybody came on board. And at that point, it felt like when you study human anatomy, then you don't do other things. When people are innovating, you are dissecting. When people are dancing, you are dissecting. So Mohammed, I thank you very much for that demonstration that even those who dissect can go and do innovation. Thank you very much. And you may now sit. And Sylvia Opanga. Sylvia demonstrates that I walked in when you were giving that address of yours, and that remote sensing mechanism. And when I put up my left hand, then you can relate to that. It is possible, Reverend Mite, that from where you are sitting as your doctor, I can detect how your heart is moving and your blood sugars, and I can intervene remotely. The message that I'm passing across is that the things that happened this week, amazing, seize opportunities. Professor Mubey with blackjack, forget me not. Drink tea, wear tea. It was a learning experience. It was a demonstration of might from young people to old people. It was a demonstration of the power of university-industry linkage. I saw government, I saw private sector, I saw other universities come to the university. Truly, truly remarkable. Everything from the talks that went on, very powerful, world-class master classes. But I felt like I sat in many of them and I said, wow, the students of this year are luckier than any other population of students. The ability to make partnerships. The students walked to industry gurus and said, here I am, would like to partner with you. The industry partners walked to the deans and said, we want to partner with you. It gives the university a very great sense of hope that the things we've talked about, the issues of this data science, the curriculum, that you can walk out with somebody who says, I want to partner with you, I want to sponsor this one, on a call I made on the floor. And by close of business on that Tuesday, we already had people who said, we'll partner with you. Scholarships were readily available, partnerships, and the deans were already working on the curriculum. We're already working on modules to make the students acquire relevant skills and tools. Learning opportunities for the old and for the young in equal measure. I could go one by one, but I just wanted to say it was amazing, a great opportunity, and say, if you are top only once, you probably stole that exam. The pleasure of excellence is in remaining excellent. So we always ask, what's your next big thing? So I used to be Conge talk about guavas. and the wastage and the seeds. Seeds are the more nutritious part of it. Just find a way of crushing those seeds and introducing them into a thing. It will be richer anyway. So everything that happened, there was headroom for it. Everything, there was headroom. In everything that happened this week, there was headroom, meaning that there was room for further innovation. For every good thing, there is a better thing. For every great opportunity, there is a greater opportunity. For every time you think the sky is the limit, you probably have stopped having imagination. There must be something beyond the sky. ABC, you said, how come there is a schedule for teaching and learning and there is no schedule for research? I offer that as you mainstream research, there will be a schedule for research, innovation, and enterprise in the university. So for all of you who came, the organizers, for the first time I saw Genji stay still from the beginning to the end. The entire team that organized put all this together. One can only say, may God favor you with greater strength and courage to do even more. And those of us who came, the doors are open every time. We continue with this kind of activity. Next week we open the doors and we keep them open throughout to all our partners. Come one, come all, come today, come tomorrow, come all the time. For together we always achieve more. With those very many remarks, distinguished people of God, it is my pleasure to declare the Nairobi Innovation Week 22 officially closed. Thank you very much.
We cannot finish. I think those tenets of wisdom are amazing. I'll invite my director to give a vote of thanks and then request Reverend Mitei to close with a word of prayer. You may have your seats. Thank you.
So thank you. My duty this evening is very simple, to give the vote of thanks for a great week we have co-created together. I want to take this opportunity to thank God. We couldn't have made it this far from when we started planning. Up to now, we couldn't have made it. We thank God for enabling us to be here to co-create this great Nairobi Innovation Week together. I want now to move on and recognize our students. We had students here from the University of Nairobi, and I'll ask us to clap for them. Thank you for attending the sessions, participating, and showing up. Nairobi Innovation Week is supposed to trigger a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship among the students as well as other people and academia. Asanteni sana. Tuwapigie makofi tena for being here. We also want to recognize University of Nairobi Students Association. You have listened to the President. Thank you. You have done us proud as the President of University of Nairobi Student Association. And as you said here, this is just a beginning. And she just became a reader a few months ago. And now she Yeah, 1 month ago she's collecting me, and she has participated this event. You can now imagine the future event now. Yeah, we have set the pace. She has set the pace, and she'll make this movement roll among the students. Once again, thank you very much. Let's appreciate her. She has shown us what leadership is all about. I want to appreciate and to thank the entire university community, including academia or academic members of staff, non-academic members of staff. One speaker stood here earlier this morning from Safaricom, and he said he's amazed. You know, I'm seeing professors. And I think it's Jude just right in front of me. I'm seeing professors who are innovating, old people innovating, young people innovating from the University of Nairobi and from the rest of Kenya. Thank you, University of Nairobi community, for making this happen. We are proud of all of us. Let's appreciate them. I want to appreciate Student Frontiers from Hearts Prize. Grace stood here, and I want to say I have been throughout here the 3 days, and I've been amazed by the good job the Student Frontiers, led by Grace, of Heart Prize have done. In fact, I told Safaricom, and I'll say this is an open secret, I'll say it here now. I saw their work, their commitment. They would come to my office and tell me, Grace would come and tell me, we want to partner with you. We are giving you 50 volunteers. We will ensure that registration is done. And I would come here, I'll find them here doing exactly that. The industrial practitioners who are here, now you know, Heart Prize is the place to go for looking to get those talent. They have demonstrated their ability. Let's appreciate them. Grace just turned, and they see, when I talk about Grace, this is the Grace. She came to my office severally. We want to volunteer 50 and many other goodies. Thank you. We are proud of you. Thank you. So I want also to appreciate the ICT team. The ICT team, I want you to stand up, those who are here representing the ICT team. Please, please. Let me tell you, I have not organized an event of this magnitude. And it's when you are on the ground, you appreciate what people who are in the operation do. The ICT team, they have been here. We had dry run before even all this started. We would even go for lunch, and they will not go because we know the next session is coming. So I want a special appreciation for the ICT team led by Dr. Adero. Standing there, wave, you have done this. He will call me even before I'm here, and he would consult. Thank you, and your team. Asanteni sana. I also want to appreciate the protocol team. I told you this was, let me say it was my first time to organize an event of this high magnitude. Let me tell you, that's when I understood the power of the protocol team. I would walk through the pavement and told, no, yeah, this is how we do it. So I don't know whether BD and his team, the protocol team, are here. If they are not here, let's appreciate them with a round of applause. They did a very good job. Now, I think this one will just give them a standing ovation. University of Nairobi Television Channel team, led by Dr. Ogutu. Please, your team, just stand up. Wherever you are, let me tell you, and this team, I don't even have what to say. They have done us proud. We did not have media, external media here to cover our event. This whole 3 days, this event was running live in our channel. And the people you saw here are our students, read by Dr. Ogutu. I mean student, no other person. And I know they recorded a video for me, and I told them, Liari, you are building your employability skills. Safaricom and the industry partners who are here, we have talent in the media. Please tap that talent. Asanteni sana. Let's appreciate them. Okay, thank you very much. Security team. I want to appreciate the security team. We would even go, you know, when you're under pressure, you leave even your bag everywhere. And they were here 24/7 just to ensure that we have security. Let's appreciate them. Job well done. Facility management team, they also did us a good job. They ensured the facility that we are using were ready for us. Appreciate them. I'll learn now very quickly. Then we have the medical team, the health service. You know, we would talk here and you'd see people coming to sanitize our mic. You can imagine the power of a team. So let's appreciate our health service team for a job well done. Then I move on to our keynote speakers. We had many keynote speakers. And if you're here and you are one of our keynote speakers, please stand up so that we can appreciate you. Keynote speakers who are here, panelists, because I know there are some who are here, judges who are here, mentors, coaches. Please, if you are here, we want to recognize you and say thank you. Yeah, just stand up. Let's appreciate them. This event will not have happened. We would have prepared a Nairobi Innovation Week. We have no speakers, we have no mentors, coaches, we have no panelists, and we have no moderators. And I want to recognize one of those, especially Firenla. He flew actually from UK to be here with us as a moderator of one session, and he's still here with us as we conclude. Asanteni sana. We are grateful. Then I want to recognize the online attendees. They kept us busy. We were here, and then we have the online attendees, and we want to appreciate them. Let's appreciate them with a hand of clap. We also had international audience. We don't want to take them for granted because, you know, technology is making work easier for us that we can speak to an international audience. Let's appreciate them. Let's appreciate the exhibitors. You can imagine, it's like going to a wedding, you pitch the tent and then nobody show up. Exhibitors who are here, if you can be upstanding, if there's one who is here, we can appreciate. Yeah, exhibitors, even Professor Nibe, you are an exhibitor. Thank you, thank you. We also want to appreciate all the innovators. And then we want to appreciate those who participated in Hackathon. Hey, you have made this event what it is. Can you stand up so that people see you? Yeah? Hackathoners. Yes. Thank you, thank you. You did a great job. Now, I want now to recognize the organizing committee and the division secretariats. Let me tell you, I know Andrew, we started organizing with him 1 month ago, but we had many sleepless nights, we had many, I don't want to talk about that. Organizing committee members and the secretariat, please be upstanding. From the division of RIE, you have done us proud. Let's appreciate them. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Allow me just to give special mention to Dr. Sam Rohio. He ran with this Nairobi Innovation Week because we told him, you know, when you talk about hackathon, you are the one who understands how it's done. So, together with the Safaricom team, with Jude, I think you need to stand so that we know who is Jude and who is Dr. Sam Rohio. Let's appreciate them. Thank you. Job well done. So we want also to appreciate university management. We'd have dreamed, yeah? When we started dreaming about the 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, we had to talk to the management to allow us to learn these events. And they were very, very gracious, and they have supported us up to this point. Let's appreciate university management for believing in innovation and entrepreneurship. And as I move on, I want to recognize now the partners and the sponsors. We had many partners and sponsors. Professor Hutchinson has spoken about 24 of them. But we want to give a special mention to our chief sponsor, Safaricom. They have been here with us, even in the planning committee. We were with them. Safaricom team, we want to see you. You know, people want to see where is Safaricom. And I can see Andrew is there. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I want to thank you, Asanteni Sana, for a job well done and for this great partnership. And I know we are going far together. In fact, I have said these are two great brands. You can imagine now when these two great brands, Safaricom and the University of Nairobi, are fusioned together, the movement we are creating for innovation. Thank you for partnering with us and helping academia and industry to cross that gap that is always spoken about. As I go on, I want to also thank the Vice Chancellor of University of Nairobi. I know he really wanted to be here, but he was not able to be here because he believes in the innovation and for, you know, carrying this vision for us to create opportunity for the future generation. Let's appreciate the Vice Chancellor, Professor Kema. And as I add, I want to appreciate our chief guests who opened Nairobi Innovation Week, CEO Safaricom, Peter Degwa. You know, as I sat here, let's appreciate him. As I sat here and I heard him speak about innovation, talking about the young people and how we can revolutionize the young people so that they can be innovative, so that they are market ready, we can only say thank you to him. He talked about customer obsession. It's the high time as innovators, as the industry, as well as the student, whatever we do, let's be customer obsessed, because customer is the one who brings the money as we create our innovation. He also spoke about value-based leadership. That caught my attention. And we were speaking to the young people, and he said, when you get to that position, remain grounded in your value. Remain grounded in terms of integrity. Those are great, great words of wisdom from a leader like Peter Degwa. So thank you. And I want the Safaricom team, please go and convey our deep gratitude to him. So let's appreciate him again. Thank you very much. As I add, I want to appreciate the chief guests of the closing ceremony, Professor Julius Ogengo, thank you for gracing our occasion and actually speaking very, very powerfully about innovation and entrepreneurship and how we can always better and become better and better. As I finish, to all of us who are here, thank you very much. To end, I cannot forget Professor Hutchinson. You know, sometimes you do everything and nobody is there to thank you. Professor Hutchinson. Even by just looking at you, you can see we are very, very grateful. You have guided us well. And I can tell you, the movement of innovation and entrepreneurship in this university is catching fire. Thank you for your great leadership. And I want finally just to tell Andrew, thank you. When we reached, let me tell you how this partnership came. Yeah? When we were connected with Andrew, he became part of us. If you want to do anything, he would walk in our offices in 15th floor to ensure that everything is done. Even after we finished day 1, day 2, he taught me something, worship. We would go back to the boardroom and do what is called worship. Thank you, Andrew, for your great leadership in this space of innovation. And I want to say, when you are given an opportunity to give vote of thanks, you also forget to thank yourself. I take this opportunity. Somebody said that, and I want, if I've forgotten anyone, it was not intentional. All of you, may you receive my heartfelt gratitude, and thank you. I now want to welcome Reverend to pray for us. Please appreciate him as he comes.
Thank you so much. We thank God that by His grace, He's enabled us to come to a successful conclusion of Nairobi Innovation Week 2022. We give God all the glory and we pray for His blessings even as we bring this to a conclusion. Father in heaven, we thank you. We thank you so much that at the beginning we ask for your divine blessings. And even as we bring this to a close, we look back with gratitude, blessing us with the blessings of each other, an opportunity to work as a team, blessing us with great friends and partners who come and work with us, blessing us with a great institution, University of Nairobi, blessing us with great staff, both teaching and non-teaching, blessing us with great students, blessing us with a good environment that we can use to innovate for the purpose of serving humanity. Now, as we part from this place and attend to other activities of the remaining part of the day, evening, and even towards the end of the year, as we look forward to Nairobi Innovation Week 2023, we commit ourselves to you. Now I commit you to God and to the word of His grace, which can build you up and give you an inheritance among all those who are sanctified. In the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Go in peace to love and serve the Lord as you love and serve the people that is given to us. God bless you.
God bless you, Pastor, and may the Lord enlarge the place of your tent. So, members, we have come to that beautiful ending, and the Lord tarrying and giving us life. Can we purpose to meet in 2023, God willing? Is that your plan? Greet your neighbor, and then you are dismissed, and may God bless you. I think there is supposed to be a cup of tea, and my committee members, if you can come up here, our judges for a photo shoot, our secretariat, you guys, you have been great. And Mary, Dr. Kinoti, I was going to thank you. Thank you for thanking yourself, because you have been very supportive. Yeah, I couldn't have led a team.
Good evening. We've finally come to the end of the Nairobi Innovation Week, and as a student, what would you say is your biggest takeaway from this week and everything you've experienced?
I will start by introducing myself. I am Rutere Kasmir. I am a fourth-year student at the University of Nairobi. My biggest takeaway is that we have been able to connect as students to get networking opportunities. We've been able to interact with a few people, maybe the managers, the investors and innovators. We've been able to learn a lot. Personally, I've been able to interact with a few of the companies whereby they have indicated the need to have youths, mostly in campus, be able to apply for the internships, whereby they've also included that they will be partnering with students to give them opportunities in terms of internships. I'm looking forward to be one of the persons who is taken up for any of the internships that might come up, because as students we have to grab opportunities that come to us. Yes.
That's very amazing. And what would be your say to other students who have been here and others who have not been able to experience what you've experienced?
Nairobi Innovation Week is one of the biggest events that is in Kenya, because it incorporates innovations all over the country, maybe mostly from students and big startups, companies, and even those who are having young startups, whereby you find students giving solutions to problems that face us as people in the world. So I believe innovations are creation to solving problems that face us daily. So to students, I would urge them that this year we have had many students take part, but in the coming Nairobi Innovation Week, it is better that students take part in Nairobi Innovation Week fully, whereby they are able to get opportunities that come to them, because sometimes it's not every day that you get opportunities coming to you. So I urge all students to take part fully and to know that Nairobi Innovation Week is not all about big companies, big managers, CEOs and what have you, but for students, because it is the young people who make the tomorrow's future. Yes.
Thank you. And as we end this, what would you say was the one innovation that really stood out to you, one that is unforgettable?
Innovation